The way he plays this game is quite remarkable.
Have a look at this for a shot. Have a look at this for a shot.
Trick shot if he does.
I'll tell you what a shot that is. You won't say any better. It's close, it's very close indeed. What a shot.
Good afternoon, everybody. Now, at this time of year, all roads always lead to the York Barbican for the Victorian Plumbing UK Championship. And while the top 16 are guaranteed to be there, the best of the rest have been battling it out at the Mattioli Arena for the right to join them. We are all set for Judgement Day Part 1. We have had some incredible drama so far, Ken Doherty. The prize is massive. It's a place in the draw tomorrow afternoon to join the big boys at what will be a sellout occasion at the Barbican. We cannot wait for the next 2 days to unfold.
Absolutely, yeah. Some great matches coming up, and as you said, a great prize at stake. To walk down those stairs at the Barbican in front of that packed arena, and of course, you know, the new setup as well with the 2 tables will be absolutely fantastic. And that's the little carrot dangling for all these players.
And they have literally been sweating pints of blood to get through to Judgement Day. At midnight, just gone, there were 7 matches still in progress. 5 of them went to final frame deciders. And we've got a great mix of world champions, UK champions. Bayou Liu has made it through to Judgement Day. No female player has ever got that close to the last 32 of a Triple Crown event. It's got everything.
Absolutely. I think that's what's great about these type of matches, you know, the drama that unfolds. And, you know, the pressure that the guys are on, but they're still producing some great snooker. But as I said, yeah, the carrot and walking down those stairs, playing at York, playing in the UK Championship with the big boys, the top 16, they all want to be in the draw. And there's some great stories unfolding, and particularly Bayou Liu. I mean, how well she has done so far this year and this championship. And she's got a big match against Jack Lisowski as well. That's a mouth-watering clash to look forward to.
She's been phenomenal. Ivan Hershevitz, chief dog in the press room, he's up there, he's ready for a long day. He didn't finish till 1:30 this morning. Ivan reminded me Bayou Liu has had 15 half-centuries across the 3 matches so far. She's been performing really well. We're delighted to have your company on Discovery X. Don't forget as well, you can keep up to date on all the World Snooker Tour's social media platforms. And yesterday was record-breaking. We had more than 600,000 people tuning in for the commentary of Dave Hendon and Stephen Hallworth and the best of the rest. Right, the action is just about to start. Here's a quick rundown of the 4 matches all set to begin. And Ken, we've got some absolute crackers here. Jack Jones and Fan Zhengyi. Well, Fan Zhengyi knows what it takes to win a big one, and Jones was ever so close to the world title against Kyron.
Yeah, that's going to be a cracking match, I think. You know, Fan Zhengyi, already a winner of a ranking event, beating O'Sullivan in the final, and how well Jack Jones, you know, that run to the final of the World Championship was just incredible. That's going to be a cracker on table 1.
Really looking forward to Hussein Vafai against Jackson Page. Interestingly, they've only met once before, and it was another Judgement Day for the world champs last year, which Hussein won 10-6. But I reckon Jackson, Action Jackson, fancies that.
Yeah, I think there's going to be littered with big breaks. Both go for the shots, you know, great long putters and great break builders as well. So I think there's going to be a lot of firecrackers in that match as well.
Slesser and Maguire, Stephen Maguire, I cannot believe it's 20 years since he became the UK champion. And Elliot Slesser's had a good season. You were telling me earlier, not just a quarter-final at the British Open, but he's made a semi as well. I think he's having a cracking campaign.
Yeah, I think his confidence is back. I know he's working a lot with Chris Henry, you know, and he seems to be a lot more consistent and keeping that temper as well under bay, which also helps. But he's a great lad, Elliot Slesser, and he's got a tough match against Stephen Maguire. I mean, already a UK Championship winner, you know, 20 years ago. Where's that 20 years gone? But still, he's a proven quality, Stephen Maguire, and on his day, you know, he can beat anybody.
One of the greatest break builders to watch when he's in the balls and in the groove. And table 4, Stuart Bingham, a world champion, a multiple, I think 3-time UK Championship semi-finalist up against Jimmy Robertson. Jimmy had a run to the quarters, I believe, in Saudi, so he's got some good ranking points already this year. And Jimmy Robertson is a ranking event winner, and he won't be frightened of Bingham's reputation.
No, not at all. I think that run in Saudi has sort of given him a good platform for confidence, because he needed it where he was in the rankings. But Stuart Bingham, once again, a bit like, Stephen Maguire, proven quality and very, very tough, loads of experience. He has the titles under his belt, and very, very hard to stop when he gets going. What a break builder Stuart Bingham is. One of the best I think we've seen in the game,
He really is, and he looks like he's definitely back to best form. We'll have great analysis from Ken Doherty across the whole of the 2 days. Now, they almost got a camp bed out. They finished so late last night, but Dave Hendon and Stephen Hallworth have had a little bit of sleep. They're poised, they're ready. Boys, the drama is going to be absolutely electric. The stage is set, your mics are on. It's all yours, fellas.
Thank you, Rob. Yeah, looking forward to both days. Of course, we've got 4 sessions across the 2 Judgement days, so let's get into the action. We've got 4 tables. We're going to be dancing around them for you, trying to bring you the best action. So we start on table 1, and it is, of course, the Crucible runner-up, Jack Jones. I guess after getting to the final of the World Championship, the expectation was he would be a top 16 seed for the UK Championship. That's not quite happened, but he can qualify. He can still get himself in the Masters. He's playing a ranking event winner here, Fang Zhengyi, one of 10 Chinese players in the final qualifying round. Of course, 4 are already seeded through to York. And, I'm going to say this on all of them, Stephen. They're all hard to call. But again, this is a tough one, isn't it? Jack's got the form this year, but Fan, he's won a tournament, very dangerous.
Yeah, he's no pushover, is he, Fang Zhengyi? He sort of seems to have gone a little bit missing in recent years. And, of course, Jack Jones had that memorable run to the final in Sheffield. I think Jack Jones has got a little something to prove this season, just to sort of assert himself right at the top of the rankings. It's as you say, so tough to call. All these matches are so tough to call. It's going to be a brilliant couple of days of action.
OK, well, that's table 1. Let's just drop into table 2 just to show you how that's just started off. Another attractive match, this. Hussein Vafai was a semi-finalist last year at the Barbican. He's had a couple of wins there over Mark Selby. Jackson Page, increasingly dangerous young Welshman, of course, a protege of Mark Williams. We know what great form he's in right now. Just 1 point on the board there. I don't think that'll be a long match somehow, but wouldn't be surprised if it was close.
Yeah, Jackson, I think, came through a good match, actually, previous round against Jamie Clark. He was absolutely cruising at one stage, 4-0 up at the interval, and then Jamie Clark started to show his great battling qualities, and then Jackson had to respond again. So he's been match-hardened, but he's going to have to play some hard snooker to beat this man.
Let's have a look at table 3. I'm looking forward to this one. Steve Maguire, Elliot Slessor. If we don't get at least a cue bang or a table wrap out of one of these 2, I'll be disappointed.
Yeah, it's pretty much nailed on, isn't it? Explosive, I think, is probably the word to use for this match. Both players wear the heart on the sleeve. This is one match you will not want to take your eyes off, and of course we'll try and keep you updated, and as soon as we see any table crashing or cue bangs, we'll be straight back over to this one on table 3.
Yeah, Slessor's he's a great competitor. Of course, he was a semi-finalist recently in Belfast. Maguire loves the UK Championship. He was former winner, twice runner-up. Seems to always play well in York. Let's just drop in on table 4 then, just to complete the picture. And this is Stuart Bingham and Jimmy Robertson. Again, Stuart Bingham so often has been seeded. He's currently 25th. Of course, he was a semi-finalist at the Crucible this year. Jimmy Robertson, former European Masters champion. And, well, let's just settle on this match for now, shall we? Just look at Stuart Bingham. He came through against Oliver Sykes 6-3. I guess he'd expect a tougher battle with Jimmy as he misses that red. One of so many players, Stuart Bingham, I think, you think of him as being a top 16 player, don't you? Maguire's the same, actually. But obviously, at any one time, as Neil Robertson will tell you, only 16 players can be in the top 16. There's a line of people trying to get in, not only to qualify for York, but of course the Masters place as well. He's a carrot dangling in the background too. So these are a big couple of days. Everyone wants to be part of the show in York, but there's other sort of spin-offs as well that can come from it. Remember, the draw will be tomorrow between sessions, so we'll find out who the top 16 are going to play. Well, let's pop back to table 3 because they're a little bit further on. Yeah, this is 2 players who really, you know it means everything to them. They've only played once before. Maguire got the win on that occasion. These matches still best of 11. Elliot Slesser beat Long Jihang, who's been a ranking semi-finalist this year, 6-3. And Maguire beat the young Latvian, Artemis Zizin, 6-3.
He's a much improved player, isn't he, Elliot Slesser? He's one of the players for me on a short list to potentially go on and win a ranking title very soon. I believe he's got the ingredients to go on and lift the title. I suppose you could only really say his temperament at time lets him down. He'll definitely admit that to you, but it's something he's worked very hard on in recent years, and it's part of the reason why he's started to enjoy a little bit of a success. Had a good run in Belfast, as you say, and he's certainly knocking on the door. Elliot Slesser, been a good player for a lot of years.
Yeah, I mean, it's gone to sort of seedings, this has, because Slesser's 32 in the world, Maguire 33. And I think what's significant about that is that 32 is the highest Slesser's ever been, so he's enjoying really the best spell of his career right now. Well, that's gone wrong, clearly. So it's going to have to settle for a 31-point lead. Do get in contact with us. We love the interaction. We've had record, as Rob said, record figures the last couple of days. A lot of people all around the world really interested, particularly late last night. I know it wasn't midnight everywhere in the world, but there are a lot of people watching to the end. So on X, you can contact myself at Dave Hendon, and Stephen is at Stephen Hallworth. I'm on Blue Sky as well, and World Snooker Tour at WLWST. Let us know your thoughts on the day's action. Who's going to come through? Who would you like to come through? Who would you like them to draw? Whatever you want to say, let us know. These are the four tables, all still in the opening frame. I think everyone, Stephen, like in any match, you're just looking to settle down, but it's such a nervy one. We've seen this in the World Championship, and it applies here. The venue is suddenly really close, isn't it? It's 6 frames away.
Yeah, and I think as players, I've been lucky enough myself to be involved in a judgment day at the World Championships, and that night before, it's very difficult to switch off. You know, we've sort of created this excitement around this judgment day. It's kind of its own event. Well, it is its own event in its own right. That the players now are one game away from playing at the big one. It's so close they can almost touch it, but you have to settle yourself down as quickly as possible, of course, and try and play your way into these matches. But make no mistake, there's going to be plenty of nerves out there today and tomorrow.
So let's go back to table 3, because Maguire's got his first good chance here. Slesser was in early. Yeah, Stephen Maguire, I mean, the UK Championship, he's a bit of a form man in. 20 years ago, since he won it, he's been runner-up twice since. In his previous match, he became only the 3rd player to make 100 centuries in the tournament after Ronnie O'Sullivan and Stephen Hendry. That's the company he's in terms of breaks in this event.
The last time I actually went to the Barbican myself to watch snooker was the final that Stephen Maguire played Ding in. 2 players that absolutely love that venue, and I think it certainly wouldn't be a surprise to see Stephen Maguire back there playing some good stuff, but make no mistake, Elliot Slesser will certainly have something to say about that. I think the belief is there for Slesser now. He believes he belongs at the top of the rankings and in the latter stages of events, and what better event to go deep in than the UK Championship?
Yeah, he played terrifically well in that final against Ding. Ding finished off with a couple of tons to beat him 10-6, but it was a terrific match. Maguire, though, he could do with the points, couldn't he? 33 in the world. I mean, for him, that's on the low side, really. No better than the last 16 of the British Open this season.
Just landed a little awkward on that red. It was a tricky little cut back to that right corner. No real control over where the cue ball was going to finish. I suppose, if anything, hoping he was going to get in and out of balk. He has got a thin clip on this brown. It is ultra thin though. Looks a natural to come 2 cushions down the table for Probably the red next to the black. Little flick will be okay. Yeah, that's fine. 9.
Just to reiterate, when the players qualify, they won't know who they're going to play until tomorrow. There's going to be a draw, top 16 in one hat, and the qualifiers in the other. So that's when they'll find out. And indeed, the top players, the top 16, will find out who they're going to be playing. It all starts, of course, on Saturday.
10. Well, he's just chasing this break. At the moment, Stephen Maguire not quite got control fully over that cue ball. He's played a couple of good pots already in this small break. And he's going to have to find another one here.
Yeah, still a bit of work to do as well. Blue's in. So we'll come back to this. As I say, there's a bit of work to do yet in that frame. But Jackson Page, who's such a flowing player, and when he's at his best, brilliant player to watch. Of course, here in Leicester at the start of the season, it seems a long time ago now, he got to the Championship League final. But here in the depths of winter, he's 54 in front here in the first frame against Hossein Vafai, who, as I say, was a semi-finalist at the UK Championship last year. So just looking really to land on another red here to win this opening frame.
Great player, Jackson Page. I'm a big fan of watching him play. He's been a very talented junior for a number of years and has sort of established himself on the tour now. He's been to the latter stages of some big events.
Well, there's sort of a high percentage plant, or the thin cut. I guess it's frame ball. I guess the thin cut, a bit of safety involved. Yeah, of course, he's in Mark Williams' camp. He plays in his club and has had a lot of advice from Mark. Bit of a stretch, that red. These two, they could be made. I guess he wants some degree of safety as well. He's now looking at the plant. He doesn't like either of them, actually. But he's going to play the one nearest this cushion. Still a bit of a stretch, even with the extra length on the cue. But in it goes, and as I say, he's got the cue ball down to bulk, so barring snookers, he's going to be first blood to Jackson Page. Very dangerous player, I think.
Played an amazing match at the World Championship qualifiers against Noppon Sankam. Just some of the balls he knocked in, the pressurised pots, he's certainly got the game there. He's so fluent, so quick as well.
55.
Yeah, he should be over the line there. Snooker's required, but we want to get across all the action. Another Welshman here, Jack Jones, the highest ranked player in the qualifiers, 17 in the world, just missed out on a seeded spot, but just getting on with it. Of course, one thing, obviously, in Jack's career, he's been used to coming to these qualifiers. It's not any sort of step down for him. And very tough player to beat, as we know. Beat Ian Burns 6-2 in the last round. Looking good to take the opening frame here. Want to break a 39 as we pick it up. There's Fan Zhengyi. He's 49 in the world. He's been as high as 29, of course, former European Masters champion. And he did actually qualify last year, did Fan. It's been one of the stories of the season, really, the Chinese players really making a step forward. Jackson Page's break ended at 60, but it was enough to win that opening frame against Vafai.
Played very well in the Champion of Champions last week as well, Jack Jones, so comes here full of confidence. As I said at the top of the show, he'd very much like to keep going deep in events and just let everyone know that he does belong. There was a question over as to whether that run to the final in Sheffield was a one-off. I don't think it was. I think he's certainly got the game to be at the top of the snooker rankings, but to do that, you have to be a consistent winner.
This should secure the frame. This blue will be 53 in front with 51 on. Yeah, so snooker required. But table 3 is interesting. Steve Maguire attempting to come from behind in that one. He's now 4 in front. Slessor was first in, as we saw, so Maguire's a good chance, you've got to say, to win the first frame.
Yeah, he's got the balls at his mercy now, Maguire. Just give the referee a stern look there to get out the way. Frame 1.
The first of many, no doubt, today. Yeah, it's a fascinating match with these two heart-on-sleeve players.
Not the sort of person you want to get in the way of, that's for sure. So 10 points to the good. Absolutely perfectly positioned now.
Jack Jones's break was 64 to take that opening frame.
I think this one is going to go very close, this match. I wouldn't be surprised to see it go the distance. My prediction 6-4, 6-5 either way. Very tough one to call. I think both players have played pretty nicely so far. Both come through one match already, 6-3, 6-3. Very tough to predict.
So he was in earlier, didn't kill the frame off then. As we saw, the table was quite awkward, but managed to get back in. This is a much better chance. 14 to the good, so yellow, green and brown required. Stuart Bingham is going to be 1-0 up to Jimmy Robertson. He's made a 53 break there on table 4. All very fluent early on, isn't it? We'll see if that is still the case later, because last night we saw some very twitchy snooker, to say the least. I mean, when we left at midnight, I think there were 5 matches still on. Remember tonight, Bayou Lu, the women's world champion, is up against Jack Lazowski.
31.
But this is just a settler, isn't it, for Maguire? Just you know, getting some good table time, getting rid of some of the early nerves, and most importantly, getting the frame on the board. 1-0 it is to Steve Maguire. Now let's go back to table 2. So it's 1-0 to Jack Jones, to Jackson Page, to Steve Maguire, to Stuart Bingham. This is table 2. Page was pretty impressive in that opening frame. Long way to go. It's first to 6. Who will get the win.
And he's had a pretty steady season so far, Jackson Page. A lot of subplots as well, competing in events like this, the big money tournaments where the Players' Championship events, you know, the Grand Prix, the Players, and then obviously the Tour. Very difficult to get in that one, but particularly the Grand Prix and the Players will be on a few of these players' minds this week. You know, a deep run in the UK Championship will certainly increase their chances. All sorts of things to aim for on the tour now, not just the event you're actually in, but the spin-offs from it. Well, the attempted long red from Hussein, quite an aggressive shot, trying to not only get the pot but control the cannon to the red by the black spot. Suppose he's not left anything too straightforward for Jackson Page.
Had a message from David Mitchell. He says, I'm watching in Barbados on honeymoon. Special dispensation given. Well, you've a very understanding wife, is all I can say about that.
Unlucky, David. We're watching in freezing cold Leicester.
There you can see the latest scores on your screen. 1 frame completed in each match so far. Yeah, Page is another player from that sort of Gwent area in South Wales that produced Ray Reardon, a player many people remember, Cliff Wilson, of course Mark Williams. Doug Moucher used to play in Mark's club. You know, it's an area that has produced a lot of great players, and Jackson represents the new generation. Still only 23. He's been around a long time, it seems, but still a young man.
He aged very quickly as a junior, didn't he? I think he had a full-on beard at the age of 15. I remember playing him on what was the Challenge Tour many years ago, and he certainly plays beyond his years. As you say, he's still a junior, isn't he, really, it seems, but
16.
He's climbed the rankings pretty swiftly. Of course, big friends with Mark Williams. Mark has backed him for a number of years, and that would be some draw, wouldn't it, if Jackson was to get through to the Barbican. Him against Willow.
Just think he's great to watch. He's got this real sort of dashing style about him. It has to work, of course. If it doesn't, you know, he's going to be leaving stuff on. But when it does work, it looks awesome. Remember when he beat the Hawk at the Crucible, finished off with a couple of tons. In fact, he got through to play Mark Williams, didn't he? You gave him a bit of a lesson in round 2. No mercy shown.
24.
One of these players as well that can reel off a couple of frames very, very quickly. Hossein Vafai will be well aware of Jackson's capabilities. Want to try and just tame the beast as quickly as possible, because Jackson can run away with it.
Yeah, and he's played in York, of course, but not under the new format with the top 16 taking on the 16 qualifiers. It feels more prestigious in that environment, just 2 tables rather than in the past they had 8 there in 2 arenas. So it will be a big step up, I guess, to you know, get to another big stage like that. Well, it is all reds and blacks, but
40.
I don't think maximum is on his mind right now. Highest break still 146. Xiao Xing Tong, we'll see him, of course, tomorrow.
Hossein is another one of those players that likes to wear his heart on his sleeve. He's very aggressive. I think this game is certainly going to be very open. Both players will be going for their shots, and if they don't go in, we could see some very heavy scoring from the other, because they're both quite heavy hitters when they're getting amongst them. Like to get on with things. Could be blow for blow this match.
James Cook messages to say, I'm watching on a bit of a grey morning in New York City, trying and failing to get my son out of the door for school. You see, that's the pull of snooker. Your son just wants to sit there watching it, or maybe just doesn't want to go to school.
Now he's already had a little look at these 2 reds just above and to the left of the black. They won't pass it to the right corner, but they definitely will go to left middle. So as he removes these, it will then unlock the other 2 to left corner. Already 62 points to the good. This red and black will nearly be enough. Just need that one more red.
What an impressive start. You know, he's been completely dominant, actually. And just makes it look easy, and we know it isn't. If you're watching last night, the various matches, you'll certainly know it isn't. But he's just got this, as I say, this lovely sort of style around the table.
Yeah, last night was a prime example of pretty much confirming this is the hardest game in the world at times. There was some really grueling snooker being played. But that's what it means to the players, and that's what this game can do.
Well, he's over the line. He'd like to make a century, of course, but it's going to be 2-0, and as I say, completely dominant so far. Fancy him to knock this long blue in, actually, wouldn't you? It's kind of just, yeah. Oh, well, he's missed it. Why did I have to say that? But anyway, great start for Jackson Page. Yeah, 2-0 already. Here's Stuart Bingham looking to make it 2-0 against Jimmy Robertson. 46 to the good. Made a 53 in the first frame.
Yeah, he actually had a pretty tough match in his previous round against amateur Oliver Sykes. Oliver doing brilliantly well to come through 2 rounds to meet Stuart Bingham. Just proved to be a match too much for him, though. The strength that Stuart has as a player out there. Played very nicely indeed to come through that game. Oliver definitely gave him a little scare, though. Another match that sort of prepared Stuart nicely, because I suppose, you know, he was a red-hot favourite to come through that game. And he didn't have it all his own way, so has just possibly prepped him properly for this match against Jimmy Robertson, who's playing some very good snooker again.
Yeah, now great for Oliver Sykes, you know, to get into this event, to play a world champion, you know, and give him a match. You know, that's really going to inspire him to keep working hard and obviously try and get on the World Snooker Tour himself.
Yeah, and Oliver's sort of been dominating the junior English leagues and tours around the country, so it's inevitable, in my opinion, eventually, or sooner rather than later, sorry, he's going to get on the main tour, and the opportunities he's had in recent years to play as wildcards in these events have stood him very well. But as you can see, Stuart Bingham is a classy operator and quickly heading towards a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, I mean, this has always been his game, you know, around the black spot, making big breaks. He's made nearly 600 career centuries, 9 maximums. So in this sort of mood, he's a match for anybody. He's a former semi-finalist in the UK Championship. 3 times, actually, 2013, 2014, 2018. Looks like that's gone maybe wrong, but the frame is his. We'll let you know what the break ends up at, but this frame on table 3 is in the balance. Elliot Slesser looking to level up.
Yeah, possible counter clearance here for Elliot. Maguire was nicely in at the start of this frame, 4 reds, 4 blacks, and ended up slightly hampered over the pack of reds. Took a red onto left corner, left it hanging, and he sort of stood over the cue ball, and I thought for a moment we might have heard our first crash of the fist onto the rail, but he kept his cool, and fair play to him. But I can assure you, if Slesser mops these up, it will maybe just spark the fire in his belly. It's what we all want to see.
Just to say, Bingham missed that pink, so the break ended at 79. 2-0 to him. Slesser looking to reach the last 32 round of the UK for the 3rd time, 2nd year running. Pretty heartbreaking last year, actually. Led Zhang Anda 5-4 at the venue. Barbican in York lost 6-5. It was a long old match as well.
Yeah, Yeah, just a little tap on the table because he wanted to avoid that red and be much straighter on this red. Although it might be a blessing in disguise landing low. He can just chip the pink away from the red beneath it and just promote that into play. Well, he went into them at pace and he needs the red to come back out into open play. That's not too bad. The pink's kind of in the way in potting the blue to get to that red. Does need one more red.
Yeah, this is the shot now for Slessor. And if he doesn't pot it, then it's the first real sort of body blow in this match. He was in front in the first frame, but only by 34. This is a much better chance to get on the scoreboard. Yeah, nicely done, and on the pink as well.
62.
So Elliot Slessor, I mean, from what we've seen on all four tables, it's a pretty sharp start all round. But Elliot Slessor, importantly for him, because he knows this is a tough match. He's playing, you know, a former winner of the tournament. Got to try and make a good start, and he has done.
He's got to lay down a marker to Stephen Maguire as well, and just let him know that if he does make a mistake, that Elliot is ready to pounce, and this has been a good visit. He's worked these out nicely, and it is the first body blow to Stephen Maguire because he did have the first chance, and it was a pretty good chance to score a few.
Yeah, and that red makes sure. So that's one each. Let's go to table one. Jack Jones has won the first here, as we saw earlier, against Fang Zhengyi, and he's 13 in front in the next. Kelly Barker, great snooker fan, he says, I'm watching it from the office in London, getting grumpier by the minute when I have to talk to people or do any work. That's the spirit. Well, just keep your eyes on the snooker, Kelly. And also Rosemary, watching in my lounge in Cold Leak in Staffordshire. I love snooker, have done ever since I used to watch Pot Black. I've got my tickets for next year's World Championship, but we'll be watching this from home. Well, good to have you with us, and of course we'll just let Jack play this shot. Yeah, of course, tickets available for a lot of tournaments, including the UK Championship. Actually, you can still get a few. A lot of sessions sold out, but still tickets available. Go to the World Snooker Tour website, wst.tv/tickets. Lots of tournament tickets on sale for next year as well. Hello to Keith in Alabama, who's watching on from afar. We've got a lot of viewers in America, actually, including, just had a message come in from Jaro Warman in Duluth, Minnesota, watching with his wife. Whether she wants to watch, I don't know, but but they're watching it. And Martin is in the glamorous locale of the West Midlands, watching my first tournament as a retired man, beer in hand. Some would argue it's a little early, Martin, but we don't judge.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere, just not in the West Midlands.
Hello to everybody tuning in, and all these matches very interesting. Just to look ahead to tonight briefly, we've got, of course, Jack Lazowski, Bai Yu Lu's, a lot of interest in that, but also Ryan Day against Sanderson Lam, Barry Hawkins against Wang Yuchen. Now, Wang and Bai, they're the only two who've come through from the first of the 4 qualifying rounds to the last round. And Wu Yi's a David Lilley as well, so a lot of interest tonight. I think a lot of people, though, are certainly looking forward to seeing Bai Yu Lu take on Jack Lazowski. So still early stages of that one, but Stuart Bingham looking to pile on the misery for Jimmy Robertson, already 2-0. It's always ominous, I think, when you see Stuart, as I say, in this part of the table, racking up the points.
He's so reliable in amongst the balls, isn't he, Stuart? And he's certainly on your shortlist. When you mention players that aren't actually in the top 16, he's probably one of the first that comes to mind who is certainly good enough to be a top. He is a top 16 player, isn't he? And it's a tough draw for Jimmy Robertson, this. But you know, if you're gonna get through to the venue, you've got to beat the person that's in front of you at the end of the day. And Jimmy Robertson has played some nice stuff this season already. Quarterfinals in Saudi Arabia. That payday would have been a nice put a smile on his face when that one landed in the bank account. That's for sure. But he's certainly got his work cut out today against Stuart Bingham. He'll be very eager to get back to the Barbican.
Yeah, and of course it was in Riyadh, wasn't it, where Stuart Bingham won that extraordinary match with Ding when his tip flew off. Horrible.
And if you haven't seen that video and you ever wondered why Stuart's nickname was the ball run, then you just need to go and find that somewhere online, because it was one of the most remarkable things I've ever seen in the game.
Yeah, I actually think his nickname is a great advantage because, I mean, there's no scientific proof he gets more luck than anyone else. But the minute he does get a bit early on, his opponents are thinking, oh, there it goes, there's ball run, there he is again, lucky. So maybe it's worth a frame or two. Put it this way, it's maybe worth more frames than the Lincolnshire sausage, which is Stephen's nickname that he was saddled with at the shootout.
Oh, hideous.
Yeah, it's good to see Stuart come good at the Crucible. He'd had such a quiet year, and of course, the older you get, you know, the more sort of likely it is you're going to start to decline a bit. But I mean, at the end of the day, he beat Gary Wilson, didn't he? Beat Ronnie O'Sullivan, of course, in the quarterfinals. Jack Lazowski in between in the second round. Just didn't really perform against Jack Jones in the semis.
Again, all these matches still best of 11, so interval after 4 frames, and we've seen a number of matches turn around during that little interval, 15-minute break. It feels like 2 matches in one, really, when you get an interval, so very much damage limitation coming up for Jimmy Robertson. He'd like to try and get out of this session possibly 3-1 now, because it's looking like Stuart is going to take this frame, but as I say, so many matches can turn very quickly in these best of 11s. The odd ball here and there can be the difference, so there's going to be drama right to the end.
Looks like 3-0 Bingham. We'll let you know for sure, but we're going to just go back to table 1. It was a little bit sort of scrappy early on, but Jack Jones has got himself in front. This is a break of 31, so he's 45 in front. This pink and another red, and it should be 2-0 to him.
I'm not convinced Jack Jones actually feels all that well at the moment. I saw him yesterday in the practice room and can see a big stash of tissues by his table there. I think he may have a bit of a cold, so standing up well so far this morning and playing some good stuff. Oh, this afternoon, sorry.
It's that time of year, isn't it, unfortunately, where these things go around. But yeah, he's looking good. I mean, I remember I spoke to him at the Championship League, Jack, and because he just joined the top 16. He said he's definitely, his aim was to play at the Masters. He said he was looking maybe to push on to the top 8. It's not quite happened, but a good run in the UK, and he could still get back in the top 16 and be at the Masters. That would be a massive thing for him, clearly. I wonder if he qualified, if he would draw Kyron. Rematch of the World Final. So that's definitely 2-0. I was saying the fight. Meanwhile, he's 2-0 down to Jackson Page, but he's 40-0 up here on table 2. Another great competitor, of course. He's been relatively quiet, though, of late. He's not really pushed on this season.
20.
Last 16 at the Xi'an Grand Prix, the new ranking event in China, is best. Just slipped back to 24. He's been as high as 15. So again, in this big money tournament, big ranking points, if he got to the semis again like he did last year, then things would turn around for him. Stuart Bingham's break ended at 74, so it's definitely 3-0 to him. Been quite open so far, hasn't it? You know, not been going long, 45 minutes, and already a lot of frames on the board. But clearly the people playing here, they've all played matches already, at least one. So, you know, they've got wins under their belts. The early nerves of that first round where you're not guaranteed any ranking points have gone.
34.
So this is the red that should secure
39.
Hossein Vafai's first frame. Yeah, it's been pretty free-flowing so far, hasn't it? I'm sure we'll get the odd edgy frame later, but of course we're still early in all these matches. But this is the sort of visit he needed, having been shut out in the first two. Let's be honest, Jackson Page was very dominant. Yeah, it's been a nice break, and I think of these best of 11s, they are quite long matches. You go a couple down early on, it's no reason to panic. We've seen plenty of turnarounds already this week. So he misses that, but a fine 58, and Jackson Page's lead is cut to 2-1. This is table 3. Elliot Slessor and Stephen Maguire. We all, I think, feel this could be a closely fought battle, and that's how it's proved so far. A man who's had many a battle in this tournament and many others. Ken Doherty joins us. Good afternoon, Ken.
Yeah, afternoon, Dave. Yeah, what a great tournament. Great history. Of course, Steve Maguire's great history in this tournament as well. Elliot Slessor trying to make his. A tough one to call this, I feel. You know, particularly Slessor's been showing some really good form this season already.
We were just saying, me and Stephen, if we don't get at least one cube angle, one table wrap out of these two, we're disappointed, really.
Yeah, there's always... There's a sort of table fitter's nightmare, I think, these two players. They don't mind them banging their hands on the table, just their cues sometimes on the old rails. That's what a table fitter's worst nightmare.
Well, it's not great for your hand either, let's be honest.
Didn't Michael Holt, did he break a finger or sprain some fingers? Or
Broke his knuckles, yeah.
Yeah. Obviously didn't make a good fist of it, eh?
Oh.
Well, that could be costly. Okay, does this red pot? I don't know where. I don't think it does go through the gap, so he might have been a bit lucky, but it was a chance to win the frame, and that will make him even more disappointed. He's got away with it.
Well, that's a terrific red, having missed the blue initially, so it's like he never missed it, isn't it? It's just back in again. So, just a matter now of killing this off. He's 59 in front here.
14.
Sorry, he's 52 in front. A couple more reds with colours should do it. And it's got to be said, again, it's been very fluent all round so far in this session.
15.
We've had at least 2 frames completed on every table. Good afternoon to Matt Lester, watching from crisp Doncaster. Given the stories we've already had this week, if Shazing Tom was to qualify and reach the latter stages in York, that'd be very interesting, given he'd just come back, but I think it's a possibility. Well, it definitely is. He plays Ricky Walden, of course, tomorrow. But as for Elliot Slessor, already a snooker needy, but he's nicely on the pink. He's got great purpose, hasn't he, the way he's walking around the table here. Really up for this, as he should be, of course. It's a big, big match, and he's going to be 2-1 in front. Another red, I guess, makes absolutely sure.
28.
I was saying yesterday that the sort of general public, the tournament starts on Saturday, doesn't it? So if you're not there, it's like you've never played in it, and we know different. Of course, all the snooker fans, we've seen the trauma of having to get through the qualifiers.
36.
I think it must have been something I said to Ken. He's already gone. The reason is he's gone to our studio position. We're going to be hearing from him shortly, so Stephen's back. It's a great 2 minutes he did, though.
I think there's going to be a lot of running around today. We've got Rob Walker darting about the arena as well, so all the action, it just doesn't stop. All very exciting stuff. So many good matches as well. This has been a brilliant start to the day for Elliot Slesser, looking to kick on now and try and take the lead going into the interval.
One thing's for sure, the seeds are going to have their hands full, aren't they, against whoever comes through. There's some players playing really good stuff, confident. And, of course, the difference when you get to York is they're guaranteed their ranking points. All right, everyone gets the prize money, but the top 16 is 10,000 ranking points for the qualifiers, but nothing if you lose as a seed. If you win, you get 15,000, so it's a big difference. He's missed that. Oh, in fact, it's gone in. It's gone in, so the break continues. Not quite enough on for a century, but Slesser really taking the game to Maguire, and he shrugged off that missed blue, didn't he? You know, that could have affected him in years gone by, but really almost immediately got back in, potted a red from mid-distance, and he's just got on with it.
That is undoubtedly the area of his game that he's improved the most, his temperament and his mentality. You have to be able to do that to be a top player. You know, the best players in the world, they miss an absolute sitter and they can just brush it aside as if it's never happened. And Slesser's starting to learn how to do that himself. He's becoming a force to be reckoned with.
So a lovely clearance that of 87 from Elliot Slesser. We're underway, then we'll be going about an hour. And just to recap the scores, Jack Jones 2-0 over Fan Zhengyi, Jackson Page 2-1 over Hussein Vafai, Elliot Slesser 2-1 over Steve Maguire, Stuart Bingham 3-0 over Jimmy Robertson. Let's go to the studio and join Rob.
Thanks very much, Dave. You said it was a brief 2 minutes in commentary from Ken, but it's the quality, not the quantity, that counts. And we've dragged you out of the box, Ken. It's Judgment Day Part 1, by the way. We're on Discovery Plus. You can keep in touch on all the WST social media platforms. Record-breaking numbers of people tuning in. Ken, we've got you back in the studio to talk about Bai Yu Lu's epic run to Judgment Day. 15 half-centuries so far. Her scoring has been phenomenal, hasn't it?
It has been, yeah. And, I mean, we saw a glimpse of what she can do with the Champion of Champions. I thought she performed very, very well against Mark Williams up there. And it showed what she could do. You know, her cue action, everything. She's got a wonderful technique. And we're going to see some examples of it. Yeah, but I just love the way she plays and her confidence and just the confidence she showed in front of the TV cameras, you know, on such a big stage. And I thought, you know, this girl has got something about her. And it's great to see her transfer that to this tournament and play so well. And now she's in, well, the last match, you know, to qualify, which is a huge match for her against Jack Lisowski tonight. I can't wait for it. I'm really looking forward to it.
It's going to be absolutely huge. We have got a montage. Just check out the quality on some of these shots. And the only other thing that Stephen Hallworth was talking about, Ken, it wasn't just the break building. Apparently, he was really impressed with how composed she was at key moments.
Yeah, and I just have a look at her head. Just watch her head. Hardly ever moves on these long shots. And that's what I'm talking about, her wonderful technique. Her back arm is lovely and straight to the cue, but watch her head. On all these shots, it hardly moves. Look how still she is. Look how the chin stays on the cue all the way down. It's so important on these big shots. And that's sort of the foundation of a really good cue action and a really sort of wonderful technique. And she's following that up. Great long pots, but as you said, with 15 half-century breaks, I mean, that's wonderful scoring, you know?
It is. And she had 4 in the first match, 4 in the second, and then 7 en route to that comeback from 5-3 down against Scott
I think
Donaldson.
that's the impressive thing as well. I mean, she's playing Scott Donaldson, who's very experienced. When he goes 5-3 up, you know, most people, and I'm sure he was thinking, OK, I'm over the line here, you know? But no, she showed such sort of bravery, composure, confidence, and sort of fortitude to be able to come back from 5-3 against an experienced campaigner and a really good player. So, I mean, that must give her great confidence for tonight.
All that said, Lisowski will be the favourite for that match, and she is going to have to reproduce what she did against Scott Donaldson and then some if she is to pull off what would be unequivocally the story of the week.
Absolutely, yeah. But, I mean, Jack Lisowski, even though he's a massive favourite, he's going to be under pressure playing Bai Yu Lu. There's no doubt about that. Whoever plays Bai Yu Lu in this match would be under pressure because they don't want to lose to get to there, you know. And he's a massive favourite. A lot of people are expecting him to win easy. I don't think it's going to be easy. I think all these matches are tough matches, and he's going to find it tough against Boyu Liu. I still think he'll probably win, but I think I'm just so impressed with the way Boyu Liu has played this week.
She has been, even if she does lose the match tonight, she has arguably already become the story of the week. We will have live commentary on that for you this evening because we've got all 4 instalments of Judgment Day this afternoon, tonight, tomorrow afternoon and tonight will be live on Discovery X and across all the WST social media platforms. So now we go. He may have had enough time to eat a biscuit, probably not 2. Dave Hendon has had a real stamina test over the last 10 days. Brilliant commentary as always at the Champ of Champs, and he's ready to resume, to anchor us through the drama of Judgment Day Part 1 here. Some really good breaks so far, Hendo, wouldn't you agree?
They're getting on with it, aren't they? Absolutely, yeah. And this is table 2. Now, Jackson Page 52 in front with 51 on. So, I was saying Fafine needs a snooker. He needs a colour in here, otherwise it's going to be 3-1 already to Jackson in just about an hour. Needs this in, and it's not in, and you feel that is going to be, yeah, that's the interval. So 3-1 it is to Jackson Page. A lively start, to say the least. Stuart Bingham, certainly a lively start on table 4. String of breaks from Bullrun, and looks like it's 4-0 already, Stephen.
Yeah, he's over the line, isn't he? And he's into the interval very shortly with a 4-0 lead over Jimmy Robertson. It always looked a close match, this one, in my opinion, but Stuart Bingham is absolutely flying today so far. He's played very nicely in this match. What has Jimmy Robertson got to do to turn this one around?
Well, I mean, the interval, we often say, you know, in theory can help. It doesn't mean it will, but it can help. At least it just stops the charge, doesn't it? And it gives Jimmy a chance maybe to go on the practice table, just collect his thoughts. Put it this way, if it's going to help anyone, it's usually the player trailing. But it's got to be said, Bingham in this form would be a match for anybody.
Breaks of 53, 79, 74, and this 63 and counting from Stuart Bingham today. Jimmy Robertson has scored a grand total of just 24 points. That is pretty tough score.
Yeah, Bingham has been very, very impressive and will not let up either with his experience. He knows he can't afford to. Of course, he's looking to complete the Triple Crown, isn't he? He's won the World, he's won the Masters.
71.
That'll be some story at the age of 48. Missed that one, but a really sharp start. 71, the latest break from Stuart Bingham. So that's the interval, 4-0. This is table 1, and they're in frame 3 here. Jack Jones leading 2-0, with a lead and a chance maybe for 3-0 against Fang Zhengyi.
The most interesting thing for me for Jack Jones this season is that run in Sheffield. It just sort of propelled him so far up the rankings. It obviously didn't happen overnight, but in the grand scheme of a career, it almost feels like he just became a high-ranked player overnight, which is pretty much what happened. And then it's about how does he deal with that going forward. You know, you're down the club one day, you're mid-ranked, and then all of a sudden you're a top 16 player. That so much pressure comes with that, so much expectation as well. That is going to be a real test of his composure and his personality as well for Jack Jones this season. I really do hope he can kick on and continue to have some deep runs in events. He's a cracking lad, and he's been a brilliant snooker player for a number of years.
The problem is, I mean, it's great to be world number 17. Imagine being the 17th best person at something, but there's a world of difference between being the world number 17 and being the world number 16.
It's like the worst place to be, isn't it, really, in terms of the rankings? But yeah, you're right. 17th best player on the planet, and you're probably feeling like it's the worst possible place to be. But that's what makes it so competitive.
Yeah, of course, Neil Robertson is currently 18. He's trying to get back in the 16. That dramatic win last night over Oliver Lyons. So 40 the lead for Jack Jones, 46 with the pink. Another red and a big colour. Looking good for a 3-0 lead.
24.
Well, Fan not enjoying this, clearly. He's been outplayed at the moment. Black waiting over the pocket is all he's going to need here for a 3-0 lead. Barring Snookers, of course. Yeah, so it should be 3-0. We'll let you know if anything changes there, but we want to get to table 3 because this is a very competitive match. Elliot Slessor and Stephen Maguire. It's 2-1 to Slessor. Maguire on a break of 45 in the next. Here we go. Good chance. Ken returns.
Just for another 2 minutes. Yeah, always a big frame before the mid-session interval, isn't it? Really competitive first 4 frames this between the two players. Former champion Stephen Maguire against a man in form, and I suppose on form, David, you'd probably say that Elliot Slessor is slightly favourite in this match.
Yeah, I mean, the difference is he's sort of on the way up a little bit. He's up to 32. That's his best ranking. Maguire's 33. He's only 1 place away, but of course he's been a stalwart, the top 16 for years. He's as high as number 2 at one point, so it feels like he's slipped back a bit while as Elliot is climbing.
Always been a wonderful break builder, Stephen Maguire. Of course, plays in the same little club with Anthony McGill and John Higgins.
62.
Good practice partners to have, of course.
Yeah, Alan McManus went up there to see them actually, and it's all business. You know, it's a unit. It's not a snooker club. It's a little unit. They just have tables and they just play all day. There's no sort of distractions around it.
69.
Yeah, good way to be, I suppose. You're fully concentrated when you're in there. I'm sure some great matches, and I presume would have been playing a lot of best of 11s every day in the run up to this qualifying championship in the UK, of course, which starts on Saturday.
70.
So he's going to finish with this first 4 frames and into the mid-session interval with a nice little break. This nicely timed. But it's good stuff from both players. The scoring looked like they've got their confidence in the scoring very, very well.
Yeah, and of course they've all had a match already, so they've got that first match out the way, the guaranteed ranking points, and you know, used to conditions. So it's definitely a step up in standard today. Can Maguire make another century in this tournament? He made one in the last match. That was his 100th in the UK Championship, and only O'Sullivan and Hendry have made more in this tournament. So that tells you he's a form horse in this event.
83.
Well, that's a nice little group, isn't it, to be involved with?
84.
I remember going back all those years ago, 1994, the final of the UK Championship. Stephen Hendry against myself, and he made 7 centuries in the 10 frames that he won. That shows you how good he was. I think it's still a record to today, which is stood.
Yeah, knowing him, he'd be gutted he didn't make 8.
Yeah, I think he was.
92.
Yeah, I mean, you still won 5 frames despite the barrage that came your way.
I think it was 6-5 down, and he'd made 5 centuries, so it wasn't too bad. But yeah, he was an amazing century breaker. So for him and O'Sullivan and even Maguire to be, you know, talked about in that little group, the most centuries in the UK Championship is quite incredible, really, you know.
Yeah, I mean, with this one, he's only actually 3 behind Hendry on that list. Of course, he had the chance, didn't he, as a teenager, to practice with Stephen when he was at the top of the world. Would have learnt a lot, probably the hard way.
Yeah, I've been up to the club in Stirling, John Spencer's club owned by Ian Doyle. I've been up there many times and saw Stephen for the first time up there. He would have been, well, 15, 16 years of age, practicing there. John Higgins used to play in there as well, and of course Stephen Hendry. They all came up to play Stephen Hendry on his main table there. It was a wonderful club, actually, really nice. But he would have got bags of experience from a very young age, Stephen Maguire, in that club alone, just knocking about with those lads.
He told me a story. He said, because of course he got hammered most days, but he said he actually beat Hendry in one of their practice matches. And at the end of the day, Stephen Hendry said to him, "Right, we play again tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Don't be late." So Stephen Maguire thought, "Right, I can't be late, so I'll get there early." So he got there about 1:45. There was Hendry sat down, table set up, ready to go again.
Ready for revenge.
Anyway, a 1-3-4 it'll be. Terrific break. What a terrific match. 2-2. And all to play for when they come back. So we've got 3 matches at the interval. Really flying through these matches. So while we just have a moment to take our breath, we're going to go back to last year. What an incredible story it was. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 30 years on from becoming the youngest UK champion, he became the oldest.
Yeah, it's amazing. Ding Zhongwei didn't want to risk playing off the right side of the Reds. He might have cannoned the one that's still there. Decided on a 2-cushion escape, and that was his last shot. But both players have played remarkably well in this final. It looked at the start, when Ronnie led 3-0, he was going to walk away with it, but Ding Zhongwei has played superbly well. Most of his frames have been won with one visit, and well done to Ding Zhongwei. Great to see him back to his best form, but you're just witnessing the greatest genius that's ever picked a snooker cue up here.
88. $94. 95.
Well, another century break. It just keeps getting better and better. Are they going to keep the applause going while he's clearing up? Why not? You're witnessing something very, very special. Legend. Well,
109.
so much shot about legend, and he still potted the red. I don't think a legend's a strong enough word for what you're watching here.
117.
Right-handed, left-handed. Averaging 13 seconds a shot, all the way around the angles to get on the blue. Here it comes. Don't hit the pink.
124.
I think these two players will give each other a big hug because they have given us a final that is absolutely incredible. And listen to the crowd here. Just listen to them. Don't go in the pocket. It doesn't matter. The crowd are on their feet. The players are smiling. Isn't that lovely to see? But you can't take it away from the genius that is Ronnie O'Sullivan. He becomes the 2023 Mr. Q UK champion. Brilliantly played, both players. Well done, boys.
Yeah, great memories, and of course his 8th title, oldest champion. There's only one match on right now in the qualifiers, table 1. Let's just drop in, and as we watch this, Ken, it's 3-0 to Jack Jones against Fang Zhengyi. I mean, the thing with Ronnie, he doesn't just win a tournament, he has to win it in style, doesn't he? An amazing finish that was.
Yeah, what a finish it was. And the crowd, the atmosphere and everything, I mean, as Dennis said there in commentary, he's just such an absolute genius. You know, and it's great to watch him when he's in full flow. We've been blessed with him over the years, and so much entertainment, so many great memories, and I'm sure there's still more to come. I don't see him retiring anytime soon, and I still think, you know, when we go to York, he's probably the man to beat up there still, you know. Well, there's a few contenders, but I think he is still the man to beat.
Yeah, sorry, Kenny. He opens the show Saturday afternoon as defending champ, 1 o'clock. Of course, he doesn't know yet who he's going to play. The draw will be made tomorrow. So just to recap, we've got 3 matches on intervals. Jackson Page 3-1 up to Hussein Vafai. Stuart Bingham 4-0 up to Jimmy Robertson. 2-2 Maguire and Slesser. And these are live pictures. Fan Zhengyi just looking to get a frame on the board, trailing 3-0.
I do like watching this Fang Zhengyi. I know it's a tough match for him today against Jack Jones, but the type of player that he can reel off frames very, very quickly once he gets into a flow. I mean, he desperately needs this frame just to get some sort of a foothold in the match. Well, he's a very talented young boy. Plays up at Ding Junhui's academy up in Sheffield. Practice partners will be the likes of Zhao Gudong, who we saw so impressively play last week. Tiang Panfei up there. Wan Xizhong, Zhu Yulong, yes. And of course Ding himself. Nopon is up there as well. Lots of good players. But this guy, I do like him. I think he's one, and you know that you could see him in the future, in a couple of years' time, that he's going to be picking up more titles, I think.
Well, it's interesting here. He's just picked these off, hasn't he? So now you're going to have to get them open.
Yeah, it's the key shot here. He's got not too much screw on the cue ball, because he could lose it, go to the side cushion, get too much in it. He's just got to sort of stun it with a lot of pace. Yeah, you see when you screw off it, could lose the cue ball, but he's okay. He's got a red into the left centre.
We've seen virtually no scrappy frames on any table so far. Breaks galore. Will this be a winning one, though?
Yeah, lovely shot. Perfect on the blue. So you'd expect him to win the frame from this visit. And it just shows you, I mean, his composure. 3-0 down. Gets a chance. Makes a good break. And this will give him, well, a little bit of a spring in his step. He probably wouldn't want the interval to come now, but at least he can gather his thoughts. And after making a good break, it'll give him some sort of confidence for the second half of this match.
Hello to Jordan Armstrong, he says, watching whilst working from home on my 31st birthday, so happy birthday. I'm up to York on Monday, hoping that Bingham and Maguire qualify. A lot of people claiming to be working from home today.
Must have great jobs, eh? Watching the snooker, doing a bit of work on the laptop. Century break beckoning here, David. He hits the ball nicely. There's another little example. Lovely red into the middle, beautifully cued for the black. Showing a bit of character here.
86.
Still up against it, playing against the man. Well, he's rose to stardom in the last year or so.
Yeah, I mean, the tournament he won, he beat Ronnie in the final. We just saw Ronnie winning that UK Championship, beat him 10-9.
Yeah, there's not many players in the world have that on their CV.
92.
Well, this is a great response because he didn't get much of a look in early on. It was all Jack Jones, but this is indicative of the standard today. It's been a lot of real high-quality snooker being played. And Fang Zhengyi coming to the party with a century of his own. That's his 12th of this season.
100.
I think the people in the audience are so used to seeing centuries this afternoon, and not even a ripple of applause for them. They were standing on the seats in the Barbican last year for Ronnie O'Sullivan.
6.
Great break, this. Very impressive indeed.
Yeah, and it just plants the seed, I guess, in Jack Jones's mind. Okay, he's arrived in the match. This happened yesterday. Marco Fu was 3-0 up to Zhou Yulong, and Zhou made a total clearance in frame 4, and he went on to win 6-3. So Fan will be hoping it's a similar story here for him. $115. And it's 3-1 to Jack Jones at the interval. So we've got all matches have reached the interval. Couple have come back, including this one, Hossein Vafai and Jackson Page. Page led 3-0, and Vafai needed to produce something. He did in the 4th frame. 64 the break. Sorry, it was 2-0. He won frame 3 and then 64 from Jackson.
Yeah, just come betwixt and between here. Could take the pink and maybe play for that red that's on the black spot. Yeah, nice control with them. Now, can he play a little delicate cannon just on the red, left of the black? Move that red out of the way, and the black will be potable into this right corner pocket. Delicate little shot. This could go wrong. Just a little bit pacey, but he's okay. He can cue through the gap of the 2 reds with the rest. May elect to play it left-handed. He's on the pink as well. I think the black is the shot, though.
He's certainly another player, isn't he? You won't want to draw. I mean, there's a long list of them, actually, if you're a seed. He got to the semis last year, did Vafai.
Yeah, I do like watching Hussein, I must say. Hits the ball so sweetly. Great conviction. Wonderful scorer as well. And his opponent is Jackson Page. Good to watch. Get on with it. Don't waste much time. Very positive. Might have gone too far here. Yeah, needed a full ball kiss on that red. And that might be end of break.
Yeah, it will be. So 34-0, and just got to get over that and try and play an effective safety. It's a big couple of days, and we've got some big matches to bring you here this evening. And we're just by the practice area, actually. The guys are getting ready. You can just have a look there. There's Jack Lazowski, incognito in his baseball cap. He's up against Baiyu Liu. That's a real interesting one, isn't it? She's, of course, won 3 matches already. Barry Hawkins, ever reliable. Of course, he's just dropped out the top 16. He's up against Wang Yuchen, who's also actually, like Baiyu Liu, come from the first qualifying round to the final one. They're the only 2 players who've done that. Wu Yiza, we saw, of course, reach the final of the English Open and really gave Neil Robertson a scare in that match. He's up against David Lilley. All these matches at 7 o'clock tonight. We'll have live coverage across all the tables. This is table 4. Stuart Bingham's had a string of breaks and actually was on 49 in this frame. Mr. Red, so 4-0. Jimmy Robertson desperate to try and get in.
Yeah, the practice area, hive of activity. All those players eagerly awaiting their matches to resume tonight, and last hurdle before the starts in York at the Barbican. What a wonderful venue. I really do love it up there. Great city as well. Great crowds.
There's a lovely feel around the venue if you sort of ever go to one of the pubs or the shops or wherever. There's a good community of snooker fans. It's a great place to come, isn't it, for a few days holiday as well.
Yeah, the Christmas markets are on, and I just think the venue as well, you know, with the crowds got better and better. And I think the new layout, you know, with the 2 tables, the qualifying, a bit like the World Championship, it's more of an event, you know, and it feels much more of an event. Much nicer stage for the players to play on, rather than the 4 tables out the front and the 4 out the back. Didn't have that special appeal for the players. Too much going on, too many matches, but I think with just the 2 tables, it's a real proper format now.
Just to say, if you're just joining us, the Jack Jones Fang Zhengyi matches at the interval, 3-1 to Jones. Stephen Maguire and Elliot Sless have just come back. They're 2 each. And Jackson Page 3-1 up on Hussein Vafai. Vafai still 34-0 up there. We will, of course, be hearing from the winners later with Rob. Stuart Bingham 4-0 up. Mark Davis, actually, earlier in the week was 4-0 up in his match and was beaten 6-5. And, you know, it can happen. It feels like Bingham's a big favourite, but, you know, there's still potential 7 frames to play. If he can get to 5, obviously, then he does become a big favourite. Jimmy Robertson's got to cling on to a bit of hope, put a bit of pressure on if he can.
Yeah, and that's the thing about snooker, isn't it? It's all about momentum. If you get a little run, a bit of momentum, you win a couple of frames in quick succession with big breaks. It's amazing how much the pressure reverts back upon the player who had the lead. And of course, when you're 4-0 up, you go into the mid-session interval. We always say, like, how sometimes the interval can change. You know, the complexity of the match and the whole dynamics of the match. The player comes out, who's behind, and starts letting his cue arm go. It almost feels like he doesn't have a chance. His cue arm goes, and he starts knocking in some long balls, knocking in some breaks. Then all of a sudden, the match swings around. So but Stuart Bingham is so experienced. You know, he's been around the block almost as long as I have, David. Not quite, but almost.
Well, this is a really pivotal moment in the match, isn't it? He's 45 in front. If he gets in again, makes it 5-0, it's probably done. 4-1, Robertson then maybe starts to believe, OK, I could begin to turn it round. And Bingham will be aware of that as well. 3 times a semi-finalist in the UK Championship, Stuart Bingham.
Yeah, loads of people watching from all over the country as well as all over the world. A couple of tweets in from Mr. Blue Sky, Halifax, home of town of Stan Moody, and Noel from sunny London. I'm glad it's sunny. It was snowy Sheffield when I was coming down yesterday.
A lot of danger, isn't there? A lot of reds lurking. But he thought long and hard about that. He took a couple of minutes over that.
Yeah, the only thing about that shot is that he's obviously trying to put that red safe on the right-hand side. But if this red is on, and even if it's not, it doesn't look like it is the way he's shaping up, but he could be in a bit of trouble here. I don't think he can get the cue ball in behind the yellow, but he can certainly have the advantage of the safety little battle here. Oh, this red is going close to this corner pocket. What a fluke. Oh, what a fluke. Okay. He'll have to take a tricky brown into the middle. Green, maybe, but certainly not easy. Yeah, good green. Didn't want the kiss on the pink though. But he's still able to pot this red into the left centre. Doesn't have control of the cue ball. Trusting a little bit of luck here. Yeah, it wasn't easy, was it? Oh, black could be going into the middle pocket, is it? No, just held up. David Hennon is taking a little break. Stephen Hallward rejoins us in the commentary box, and well, this could be 5-0, Stephen, if this red goes in.
He's played so well, hasn't he, Stuart Bingham, so far today? What has Jimmy Robertson got to do to turn this one around? It's looking very likely now that it's going to go 5-0. He's absolutely flying, Stuart Bingham. Just goes to show how important a quick start is in any sort of format. You can't let your opponent get too far ahead and get the bit between the teeth, which Stuart Bingham looks to have at the moment.
Yeah, he's such a classy player, isn't he? Oh, say that. Oh, I don't know what happened. Was that a kick or did he just take it for granted? What a miss. Well, the cue ball's not getting clean, so it wasn't a kick. Possibility of this red into the right centre. Wow, what a miss. Okay, you don't expect him to win the frame from this visit, but the frame could have well have been over, so he's going to have to sweat a little bit, Stuart.
And it's these sort of frames that really can make the difference. If Jimmy Robertson can somehow turn this one around, it would just land a little body blow. I think as long as you can keep your opponent away from 5 frames, you've still definitely got a chance of turning the match around. Once your opponent gets to 5, it feels like a bit of a foregone conclusion. But Jimmy Robertson is certainly struggling out there today.
Yeah, that was his chance, wasn't it? Even to get back into the frame, but he's sure to lose it now. Bingham looks like gone 5-0. Back to Hussein Vafai and Jackson Page.
Great matchup this. I love both of these players. Love watching them both. So fluent when they get in. Felt like this could be very much a blow-for-blow match, and it's been pretty quick-fire stuff. Saying 3-1 down, but surely going to close the gap. Played nicely last night against Ma Hai Long. Feels like a big-time player. Hussein Vafai will be eager to book his place at the Barbican.
Yeah, tough one to call this, isn't it? Both, you know, really good long putters, good break builders. Score very, very quickly as well.
31.
Just frame ball, so it looks like Hussein is cutting the deficit to just one behind.
Seven. 38.
So this frame is pretty much done. Hussein Vafai has closed the gap. Just got a feeling this one is going to go right to the wire. I suppose you could make a case for every match here today going the distance, but I do feel like this one has definitely got the makings of a very close encounter. So there we go. That is going to be 3-2 to Jackson Page. Still very much game on over on table 2. And let's just quickly dip in to table 3. Stephen Maguire against Elliot Slessor. Here's a little plant that he made a few moments ago.
62.
Another good game, a fiery matchup between these two. Wear their heart on their sleeve. Very explosive players. Both play the game properly as well. Aggressive when they have to be. Stephen Maguire really is one of the very best to watch when he's in amongst them. Of course, absolutely loves the Barbican, loves playing in the UK Championship. He's got a great record in York.
69.
He's one of them players where when the draw comes out for York, you almost expect to see his name in it. But he's got a tough match against Elliot Slessor if he's going to book his place.
Yeah, he's done well here from 2-1 down. Big break in the last frame. Another one here. We want to clear this table up. He won't want Slessor coming back to the table. He'd like to just keep him in his chair.
77. 78. 85. 85 and frame.
So an 85 break, more than good enough for Stephen Maguire to take the lead over on table 3. Let's just dip back into table 1. Jack Jones against Fang Zhengyi, fresh back after their 15-minute interval. World Championship runner-up, of course, Jack Jones looking to book his place at the Barbican. Fang Zhengyi famously lifted the European Masters title a few seasons ago, beating no other than Ronnie O'Sullivan in that final, so he's got pedigree. I was saying earlier, Ken, about Jack Jones, it sort of feels like he's propelled his ranking so far up and overnight has become a top player in terms of where he's actually ranked. Just how important is it this campaign for Jack to sort of try and establish himself in those rankings so he can almost believe that that's where he belongs?
Yeah, I think he's playing with a lot of confidence. There's no doubt about it. I think, you know, getting to the final of the World Championship, well, would have been okay, disappointing to lose, but just the run that he had, the players that he beat along the way. I mean, he played some great stuff, and I love the way he plays. I love the way he cues. Doesn't really hit the ball hard. He's just like really beautiful cues, lovely action, times the ball so well. And when he needs to, he's got plenty of power in the queue as well. I like this player as well, Fan Zhengzi. I think he's, I was speaking to David earlier about him coming up and winning that against Ronnie O'Sullivan. He sort of went into the wilderness a little bit, but it looks like he's sort of got his game back. And there's an example of what I'm talking about with the likes of Jack Jones' game. Look the way he just floated that red in, almost sort of Mark Williams-esque style. He plays a lot of those shots, and he plays them very, very well.
I think one of the most impressive attributes that I think Jack Jones has is that he doesn't get very emotionally involved out there. He seems quite placid. He's just on like a level playing field, and I think that's also a very important ingredient to have as a player. Not getting too down, because inevitably there's going to be a lot of downs as a player, and also not getting too high when you are winning. That's very important.
Yeah, I think you go back a few seasons ago. I remember playing him a couple of times. He used to get very sort of temperamental. He used to get very emotionally involved and show his emotions, bang the cue, and he sort of cut all that out. And I think it's done him good, yeah. And I totally agree with you. He doesn't seem to let his temperament go and keeps it in check. It's very, very important in this game. Don't let your emotions get the better of you. So he's obviously learned from his experiences. You know, that okay, one thing is trying to fire yourself up, but when you go overboard, then you know you sort of you don't have sort of clarity of mind, and that can affect you as a snooker player. But he's changed all that. He looks so composed now.
It's a fine line, isn't it, as a player when you're playing? It's just trying to find that balance of all the right emotions to be able to play as best as you can. I think Elliot Slesser's probably another brilliant example of someone that's really worked on his temperament over the years. He'll be the first to admit it. I grew up with Elliot playing, and he would always wear his heart on his sleeve and never shy away from letting you know exactly how he felt, and at times you could feed off of that, and he could be quite vulnerable. I think he's very strong in that department now. It's interesting as well, all the players actually involved in this session came into this event in round 3, so everyone has had just the one match under their belt. It just shows you the level as it increases in these tiered systems. All the players playing through to earn your place against these players. The level just goes up a notch. They were all too strong for the players that came through.
Yeah, there's always, you know, times where people would say, oh, well, the guys that have a few matches under their belt, they have an advantage. Well, yeah, they might have a little bit of momentum, but as you go through the rounds, it's a step up in class.
29.
So a pretty good chance this for Jack Jones to extend his lead in this match. There's a couple of reds possibly available here where he doesn't have to do too much damage to the pack of reds, but the minute he does go into those reds, you can pretty much guarantee that it'll be a controlled sort of pace, looking to just nestle a few out.
Yeah, and here's a good example. If he does have an angle, he's got a slight angle, so he can pot this, just brush off the bottom red of the pack. Well, he's going to screw back, but I wonder would he go into the reds, try and bring a red or two out here. Yeah. And there's the cue par that I was talking about. Look at that.
45.
He has it in abundance when he needs it. It's not too bad. He can play for that red that's on the baulk line. Lovely shot. Lovely cueist, isn't he?
Yeah, and that's the sort of shot you see so often now in the modern game, landing low on that red, detached from the back of the pack and trying to bring more reds into play. It's a bit of a free shot. It's a clever shot to be able to notice as well and be able to execute it. Jack Jones edging closer now to a 4-1 lead in this match.
We've got so many people watching from all over the world, you know, as far as, well, Thailand, El Morgan, watching from Thailand, Clara, watching from Budapest in Hungary, Salva, watching from the Novelda Billar Club in Spain. I'm sure the weather is a lot better there than it is here. Not as cold for sure. And Snooker 365, watching from Ireland. Over 600,000 people were watching on Facebook yesterday, the qualifiers. Fantastic number.
The drama was just immense last night. I mean, even when we left the venue at midnight, there was still a number of games going on, and you just can't write the drama here at these qualifiers. A lot of talk is always about the main event, and of course it should be, but a lot of stories are created and uncover themselves here at the qualifiers. If you've been with us right from the start, you'll know exactly what we're talking about, and thank you all once again for joining us for our coverage. There's going to be so many more stories to come over the next couple of days.
Yeah, without a doubt. Everybody really looking forward to that match with Jack Lazowski and Bai Yu Liu. Chinese sensation who's, well, she's done so well already to get this far, so hotly anticipated match tonight. That's one to savour. Now, if you could put this red here, Jack Jones, and get nicely on the blue, well, 4-1 beckons. It's not on the blue, but I think he's on the pink. I think that pink pots. If not, the blue up into the yellow pocket, but this pink may go. Yeah, it looks like it. It's pretty close, but I think he's okay. No problem. It's been a wonderful break, this. He's picked these reds off beautifully. Very well crafted indeed.
Yeah, it's been quite a mature contribution, this, from Jack Jones. As we say, the interval can often play a part in these matches, but Jack, using his experience now, knowing that having gone into that interval at 3-1, it was important that he came out and hit the ground running. And he's looking like he's done exactly that. One more red to make absolute certain of this frame and extend his lead once again. Possibility of a century break on as well. We'll stay with this match just to see how many Jack can make here. Can't threaten the high break so far, currently held by Zhao Xingtong, a 146. You don't get many of them. £15,000 up for grabs for the highest break. That can only be beaten with a magical maximum. So will there be one today? Will there be one tomorrow? So many big breaks have flown in this week. I think the conditions have really helped that. Tables have been good, and of course, tables have been recovered for Judgment Day.
Yeah, just watching this break, you can tell how good the clots are. You know, he's got lovely control of that cue ball, but doesn't have to work the cue ball so much. The clots are just letting the clot do most of the work. Lovely and quick, lovely and fast. Nice to be able to grip the white. Now, nice positional shot here. Is there a plant on, or does he have to break up those 3 reds? The plant's not on, so lots of top spin off the top cushion. He's on the red, and he's opened up the other 2 reds as well.
86.
And that was another little example, just how lovely little touch that he has, Jack Jones. Deft little touch Didn't have to hit them that hard. He's a wonderful cueist.
And it's a good example that if you know how to go into the reds properly and you've got the confidence to be able to play those shots, there is no reason to crash into the reds. You can go into them in a controlled fashion, and that's exactly what Jack Jones is very good at doing. So this black then for the ton. Wonderful stuff from Jack Jones. This has been a really classy contribution from him. A player that was in the top 16 is now out looking to regain his place. So many subplots at stake at this time of the season for a player like Jack Jones. Not only a place at the Barbican up for grabs, but the Masters just around the corner. Got the Players tournaments as well, the Grand Prix Players Tour Championship. So many spin-offs from doing well in big money tournaments like this. A deep run would be exactly what the doctor would order for Jack Jones.
Yeah, he's done well. Fang Zhengxi can't watch. They've got a tough comeback to make against Jack Jones, who's playing with lots of confidence.
So Jack Jones just putting the finishing touches to what's been a brilliant break from him. He's going to be leading 4-1 over Fang Zhengyi in a commanding position. Jack Jones looking very strong indeed. A wonderful break of 135 when this black disappears. Yeah, brilliant stuff from the Welshman, looking very, very strong. Fang Zhengyi is going to have to dig very deep if he's going to come through this match, because Jack Jones is certainly firing them in so far today. So we'll quickly dip in over on table 3. Stephen Maguire 3-2 up over Elliot Slessor. 43 points to the good he was in this frame, but Slessor in for the counter-attack. And the balls are pretty nicely spread. It's got a tricky red to middle though. This one needs taking care of first. Oh, and he's just caught the far jaw. So a possible let-off for Stephen Maguire. This another match I felt was going to go very, very close. The big breaks is, of course, what we all want to see, but the frames that go like this, where there's potential steals on the cards, they're what make the difference. If you can land little body blows to your opponent in these best of 11 matches, they can be very significant come the end. Maguire just steadying himself here. He knows that this little visit is a very important passage of play in this match. Chance to extend his lead by 2 frames against a player of Elliot Slessor's class, who's in very good form at the moment. Sat in 16th spot on the 1-year list is Elliot Slessor. He's had a good season so far. £84,000 already, and we're pretty much only halfway through, so it shows you just how well Elliot's playing. So Stephen Maguire looking like he's taken advantage of the little let off from Elliot Slessor a few moments ago. Just making sure of that black puts him well over the line in this frame, and he will be taking a 4-2 lead.
32.
Good stuff from Maguire, keeping everything in check so far today. Looking to try and pull away now. He's already made breaks of 85 and a brilliant 1-3-4. Stephen Maguire looking to just tally up another half century for this match. Brilliant from Stephen Maguire. He extends his leads by 2 frames over Elliot Slessor. Uphill battle now for Elliot, going to have to dig very deep. Maguire looks in good stroke, and someone else who's in very, very fine stroke so far today, Stuart Bingham, absolutely flying against Jimmy Robertson. There have been a few occasions where Stuart has missed the odd ball here and there. Jimmy Robertson just has not been able to take advantage of the small crumbs of mistakes that Bingham has left him, and it really has been small crumbs because Bingham has been firing on all cylinders so far in this match. 5-0 down in a race to 6. It's very unlikely you see a match of that deficit turned around. Stuart Bingham breaks a 53, 79, 74, 71. That is pretty emphatic. And as we mentioned earlier, Stuart Bingham, certainly one of those players when you think or discuss the top 16 players in the world, you would pretty much put him in that category anyway. He isn't a member of the top 16, which is why he is here at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester, having to come through the savage qualifying process that we have, but showing his class as he so often does. And as well, looking to put the finishing touches to this match against Jimmy Robertson, who's, as we've said, had a good spell this season so far. Quarterfinals in Saudi Arabia, the big money event, that was a big chunk to add to his rankings, but this match is certainly getting away from him today. Don't forget, you can still come down to Leicester. We've got action this evening. We've got all-day action tomorrow, Judgement Day. Get yourselves down to watch these brilliant matches as they all unfold. And if you are heading to York at the weekend, then firstly, congratulations, because it's going to be an absolute cracker. There are still some tickets available. wst.tv/tickets to see what is available. And if you are heading to York, have a great few days. Well, the yellow stays out, so Stuart Bingham, 22 points to the good, still 27 on the table. That yellow pretty much was match ball. Does have that little bit of insurance with that brown and the black being safe though, so he's not out of the woods just yet. Jimmy Robertson has got to play a pretty accurate positional shot here, try and screw that cue ball right in behind that brown. He wants to be pretty much right behind it, straight to the yellow pocket if he can. Yeah, and he's not hit that very nice indeed, so that's surely going to be end of break. That's the difference. If you're in front in the match, he probably hits that a lot better than he did there. He's just slightly out of stroke, Jimmy Robertson. He's certainly going through it out there. Tough place to be, playing someone like Stuart Bingham when things aren't quite going your way. You can almost try too hard at times, and That in itself is probably one of the worst things you can do as a player, try and force the issue. It just doesn't happen. Don't forget as well to keep getting in touch with us at X. I'm at Stephen Horworth. Send in your questions, comments, predictions, anything you want, just get in touch and we'll do our best to read them out on air as well. Let us know if you are heading to York, any predictions for the rest of the seasons. Can just confirm another frame has gone on the board for Jackson Page over on table 2. He's just taken a 4-2 lead over Hossein Vafai with another break over there. So these matches are heating up nicely. There is confirmation of the results as they stand. Jack Jones 4-1 to the good on table 1 over Fang Zhengyi. We're just seeing that brilliant break from Maguire to extend his lead against Slessor, and Page 4-2 up. But we're very much going to stay with this match here on table 4 as Stuart Bingham is looking to wrap this one up. Can he get the job done here? Energy conservation very much at play here for Stuart Bingham, trying to keep as much in the tank for the Barbican. Remember, the draw for the main event will take place sometime tomorrow afternoon. You will not want to miss that. What lineups, what ties do we anticipate? What draws would be box office? I mean, the top 16 players in action is going to be pretty box office anyway, but who do you want to come through these qualifiers and who do you want them to draw? Myself and Ken will be with Rob doing the draw tomorrow. Jimmy Robertson came through an unbelievable match against Daniel Wells in the previous round. He led heavily to begin with, but a Wells fight back, and it looked for a moment that Jimmy Robertson would see his big lead disappear and with it the match, but found his composure at the end and came through in a deciding frame. Justin Barnes has got in touch on X saying that they're enjoying the qualifiers, the coverage as you work from home. Great to see. I bet there's a lot of people actually working from home with the snooker on slyly in the background. Not much work getting done, I presume. Can't take your eyes off the action. John Bark says he's in Leicester tomorrow for the final Judgement Day and then off to York next week for the quarterfinals. I can't wait. He's put his hard-earned pennies on Zhao Xingtong. Well, you know, he's still got to come through the Judgement Day to book his place at the Barbican. You know, a former UK champion himself back in 2021. He's played some nice stuff already this week. Can he come through his match against Ricky Waldham? And what a beautiful shot that Jimmy Robertson has just played there, by the way. I mean, he could not have put that any better with his hand. Here's another look at that. Dead weight in behind the black. All sorts of things could have gone wrong with that shot. Every credit to the table fitters there, because that one stayed true the whole way. This is close, and he's just missed it. So this frame and match may not be over just yet. Jimmy Robertson has a chance to pot this brown. Oh, but he's missed it. He's missed it. So he turns away in disgust. Jimmy Robertson, you can see just how hard he's battling here to try and get a frame on the board, but just things aren't quite happening for him today. This is a classic qualifiers frame, in my opinion. How many times do we see frames and match decided on the final few balls? Last night we saw an incredible match between Ben Wollaston and Joe Perry. If you don't know what happened, Ben came through that 6-5. They got pulled off after an absolute marathon in the afternoon. I think they were like 2-1 after 4 hours of play. It was ridiculous, really, but that's what these qualifiers can do. And Ben came through 6-5 on a respotted black. It doesn't get any closer than that. Will we have any respotted blacks today or tomorrow? I certainly hope we do, because that is the drama that we are all after. Another nicely played safety shot there from Stuart Bingham, just using his experience. He knows exactly, and I mean exactly, how Jimmy Robertson is feeling right now. Stuart will have been there, done that, and got the T-shirt a million times before throughout his brilliant career. He knows just how consuming it can be, how as a player you can be swallowed up almost out there in the arena, and he's trying to do his best to get this match killed off as quickly as possible. Stuart Bingham, of course, looking to book his place in what will be the last 32 of the UK Championships. He hasn't been beyond the last 16 of any event this season. He got to the semi-final group of the Championship League in the summer, right at the start of the campaign. But in terms of proper ranking tournaments that aren't group stages, he hasn't been past the last 16. So looking to put that right this week, as Jimmy Robertson again attempts a brown to the corner pocket and fails to see it reach its destination. And in goes the brown and a relatively straightforward blue to finish. And in goes that blue. So Stuart Bingham, a pretty unscathed performance from him so far today. He'll be absolutely delighted with his afternoon's work. Stuart Bingham, the first man through to the finals in the Barbican at York. Stuart Bingham, the first man through, books his place in the last 32 of the event. The first man with his name in the hat. Who will he play at York? Who do you want him to play? Let us know. Hard luck to Jimmy Robertson. That was a tough day at the office, but this is a very tough school here at these qualifiers. Let's dip into table 3. Steve Maguire, Elliot Slessor. What has happened to this table? These reds look like a practice setup. Well, Elliot trailing by 2 frames, and this is the sort of chance he absolutely wants to get another frame back on the board. Well, it's all happening here in Leicester, and David Hendon back in with me. First man through, Stuart Bingham. What a performance he's put in. What a statement he's put in so far today.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't foresee many 6-0s in this round because the qualifiers can be very tense, and obviously the players are evenly matched. He'll be delighted. I mean, Jimmy obviously is a terrific player, so we'll hear from Stuart in due course. But that's how you do it, isn't it? 6-0, a couple of hours. Thank you very much. On the road to York. Elliot Slessor, big frame this for him. Big visit. Good chance to pull back to 4-3. And maybe this will be the one. It'll probably be one that goes the distance in this session. This is always likely to be closely fought affair.
24.
These reds just seem to be spread absolutely everywhere on this table. Obviously, we just saw the back end of the Stuart Bingham match, so, well, who knows what happened in this frame, but something explosive happened as Elliot Slessor's looking to claw back his lead in this match, trailing Stephen Maguire 4-2 with a good chance to close the gap.
Yeah, and I think we're ready to go to the studio. Let's join Rob Walker.
Thanks very much, guys. We have our first man in the draw tomorrow afternoon, Stuart Ball Run Bingham. Stuart, unbelievable. I just said to Ken Doherty, he's done that in about 2 hours, 10 minutes, including a mid-session interval. Fabulous snooker.
Yeah, before the break, it was sort of perfect snooker, really. The balls opened up really nice, and it was just sort of stunning the ball around the pink spot and around the black spot, so it was just nice, easy scoring. Sort of nearly tripped over. Well, I've tripped over the line there in the end. I started missing a few, making it hard work. But yeah, nice to be in the draw and going back to York.
Where you have come so close to the major final. I said to Ken as well, I'd forgotten. I knew you were 3-time semi-finalist. Every single one of those semis, twice against Ronnie and once against Mark Allen, has gone down to a decider. You've been on the verge of a UK final.
Might be one against Neil Robertson, not two with Ronnie.
Oh, I thought it was 2 with Ronnie and 1 against Mark Allen.
I'm not sure. I know Mark Allen. I think I know with Ronnie, but I think there was one with Neil.
Okay, I'll check that. It was 9-8, 6-5, 6-5.
Yeah.
But you've been so close to the final.
Yeah. To be honest, obviously after the Worlds, I thought that would be the second one I'd win, or had more of a chance of win. So obviously winning the Masters was maybe a bit of a shock because I'd never done really well there. But yeah, nice. It's just nice to sort of go there and feel the atmosphere of York again, and can't wait.
And it's different, isn't it, for the guys who come through qualifying, because you arrive there, the ranking points are already banked, you're on a winning run of momentum, especially the comprehensive manner of that victory. It's not like we've scraped you off the table 6-5 at 2 o'clock in the morning. So you arrive there fresh with momentum and loads of confidence.
Yeah, obviously same setup as the World. So, yeah, obviously had a couple of matches before the Worlds, and obviously went into the Worlds obviously confident and had a good run. So hopefully it can put me in good stead. Obviously got to wait for the draw. Is it tomorrow night?
Tomorrow afternoon.
And
you know there are some potential seismic first round matches, first round at the Barbican, and you'd be one of them. You're not a name that people in the top 16 are going to want to face. You could end up. You could end up with a Ronnie. You could end up, with a Mark Selby. You've got potential finals in that first round.
Yeah, without a doubt. Like you say, obviously you've got Steve Maguire there. Elliot obviously playing well. You've got Jack, who obviously just fallen out of the 16. So yeah, there's obviously Neil's in the draw. Neil's got to play, and many more. So yeah, obviously that's the way the game is now. It's all tough, and like you say, even just to get through these qualifiers is a feat in itself, I think. Obviously I made light work of it today, but obviously that can happen when you play well.
And how close to your best do you think you are at the moment? We know on paper all that you've achieved. People refer to you as a top 16 player, and you have been for many years, but the rankings don't lie. You're not in the 16 at the moment, but things seem to be going in the right direction. How close are you to feeling really good about your game again?
Yeah, no, I felt good. Last tournament in China, a bit of a shock, 6-0 loss obviously to Tap Chai, but he can do that against anyone. But yeah, before that, Saudi felt like I could have gone on and won it. Felt like my game was pretty strong. Northern Ireland felt good. Obviously lost in a decider against Sean. Lost to Maguire in decider in the British Open. So I'm just don't want to go into any deciders at the moment. But yeah, game's getting there. Like I say, sort of perfect snooker for the first sort of 4 frames, and then a few bad misses here and there, and just obviously down to concentration. But yeah, I'm going in the right direction.
Well, and you'll be going in the right direction in terms of the motorways. We will see you up in Yorkshire at the Barbican. Well done, Stuart. It'll be great to have you back.
Can't wait, Rob. Cheers.
Cheers, dude.
Thanks.
Back to you guys in comms.
Yeah, Stuart Bingham the first qualifier, and Jackson Page is hoping to become the second. He's 5-2 up on Hossein Vafai and 30-0 up in frame 8 as we pick it up live. He made a great start to this match, looked very confident early on. That's kind of his way though, isn't it? He does exude that air of confidence, and his reputation, I think, growing all the time.
And it's incredible just how quick Jackson Page can actually win the frames. There was a moment not long ago where Hossein Vafai pumped along Reading, was absolutely perfect on the black, and I just sort of glanced away at one of the other tables, and next thing, Jackson Page was on 70. And within the blink of an eye, that frame was done, when a few moments ago Hossein was plumb in, and it just shows you just how talented Jackson Page is. And like I said, right at the top, he's able to reel frames off very quick, and that could be a very daunting task when you're playing that sort of player.
Yeah, Vafai's had a 1-3-4 in this match, so you know it just shows you it's frame by frame. But Page just has that creates that energy around the table. Just to update the other scores, 4-1 to Jack Jones over Fang Zhengyi, 4-3 Steve Maguire over Elliot Slessor. Slessor won that 7th frame with a big break. Vafai, though, desperately trying to get back into this. Yeah, apologies, he didn't make a 1-3-4. That was actually Steve Maguire. He'd like to, though, wouldn't he? He'd like to make a frame-winning break. He's in. 78 the break from Slessor in that 7th frame.
And Hossein is certainly someone that will be absolutely sick to miss the Barbican should he not win this match, but he's going to have to start knocking them in if he's going to make a comeback, because Jackson Page already with a lead in this frame, looking to put the finishing touches to this match.
So Page with his chance, and Vafai, from what he's witnessed in this match, will be concerned, I think.
And it's a really good chance actually to get over the line. Sort of 4-5 reds in open play that he has to work off. It's just purely cue ball control now for Jackson Page. What a performance he's put in today. He would have looked at this draw and probably quietly fancied the game. I think both players probably anticipated that it was going to be a high-scoring match, as that black just wriggles in. And that's a good example of what a new cloth can do. I don't think that would have dropped yesterday. A lot of people catching those jaws yesterday, and they were wriggling and staying over the pockets. That one just slid in.
Well, it's about now just trying to keep focused and close it out. It'll be the first time he's played in the setup at York under the reverted format with the 16 top players versus the 16 seed, so it'll feel very different to go there with just 2 tables. He's dangerous, there's no doubt about that.
The one thing I really like about Jackson as well is that he doesn't fear anyone. He won't be bothered one bit who he draws at the Barbican should he win this match here. He'll let the seeded players worry about him. He's got matches under his belt. He's looking in great stroke. He'll be a match for anyone. And that little cannon there, surely the winning shot
Well, the black will put him 69 ahead with 67 on. It looked a very tough match to call. Vafai was a semi-finalist at York last year, and himself is a dangerous opponent, but if this black goes in, he won't be in the final stages this year. Great performance by Jackson Page today. Right from the first frame of the match, he came out on the front foot, going for his shots, and when they're going in, he's some handful, and he could well be a handful for whoever he draws in York. Ken and Stephen are making the draw, by the way, so any players who don't like the draw they get, you know who to blame.
This really is the best feeling in the world when you're over the line in a big match. A lot of build-up, a lot of pressure, anticipation coming into these big matches. Sleepless nights, no doubt. But this is the best feeling when you know you're home and hosed and your name is in the hat. A couple of days to recover from a brutal couple of days here in Leicester before he makes the journey up to the Barbican.
Yeah, a typically dashing performance from Jackson Page, who is our second qualifier. A break of 58 completes a 6-2 victory over Hossein Vafai. And we'll hear from Jackson in due course, but let's go to table one. And Jack Jones in a spot of bother here. He's 4-1 up. That's all good, but he's 66 behind and in a snooker. And, well, there's only 75 on. Nico de Vos just sorting out the cue ball. It's a crucial stage of the match because clearly if you can keep Jack on four, you know, you feel you've got a chance to turn it around. The minute he gets to 5, he's potentially only one opening away from winning the whole match.
Made a lovely total clearance in the previous frame, Jack Jones, just to reassert his dominance in this match. But Fang Zhengyi will not lie down. He has won a ranking event, remember, the European Masters a few seasons ago. He's a cool competitor. Looking to try and just cling on to Jack Jones at the minute. One good pot here and surely another frame on the board for him.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a couple of one-sided matches, but this could get close. It's 4-3 Maguire over Slessor, not much down yet in the next frame. So it's going to be 4-2 clearly, and as I say, is one of the match on, which is this match, Elliot Slessor, Steve Maguire. This is quite a tense affair. Kind of was right from the off. It's been high quality, but 4-3 to Maguire. He had that 1-3-4 earlier. Slessor's had some breaks as well. 4-3 down. It was 4-2 though. Trying to level up here and maybe take us the full distance. I'm sure we'll have a few 6-5s in this round.
18.
I've had a message in from Ryan Rysdale as well, and he's made a good point. After the last few seasons with shocks and surprise winners, including this season, I've given up making predictions. One thing I think is at least one big hitter from the qualifying will fail to make it. There will definitely be some surprising names, and yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Ryan. Who will be the big hitters that are falling at this hurdle? We'll find out throughout the rest of the day. But for now, let's hear from our latest winner in the studio with Rob Walker. He's joined by Jackson Page.
Yes, brilliant stuff. Thanks very much, guys, in commentary. Keep up the good work. And keep up the good work. Action Jackson, for the first time, we'll see you in the last 32 of the UK Championship at the Barbican. Brilliant victory over Hussein.
Yeah, I mean, going into this event, I haven't got a great record in the UK. I think it's the first game I've won in the UK was against Jamie a couple of days ago. So yeah, just glad to get to York.
And you knew you had to be on top of your game. Hossein Vafai's got a great record at the UK. He was one of last year's semi-finalists. And you started the match so positively. It just seemed as though you arrived with a pin-sharp mentality for this match.
Yeah, I mean, I've been feeling good lately, on the table. I've had a couple of results, going my way. I managed to have like a few breaks, 6, I think I had a break in every frame. I just felt good, and make the most of it when I feel like that.
And will you be watching the draw tomorrow afternoon? Stephen Hallworth and Ken will be helping with that.
Yeah, I'll probably flicker on and have a look. Yeah.
And I get the feeling you won't be intimidated by the Barbican, because when we've seen you at the Crucible, I didn't get a feeling or a sense that you were scared by going to Sheffield and being live on the BBC and live on Eurosport. I think there's something about your demeanour that quite enjoys the big stage.
Yeah, definitely. I enjoy playing in front of the crowd on the main table. I always have. Even if I lose, I enjoy it. I have played in the Barbican before. I played Ronnie there once, I think, and I enjoyed every minute of it.
Any particular names you'd like to draw or avoid tomorrow?
Just see what happens. I'm not bothered.
Well, many congratulations. Hossein Vafai, that's a great victory for you to attain, and you'll get a brilliant reception when you walk down those famous Barbican stairs. It'll be a pleasure to introduce you there.
Yes,
well done, Jackson. Great stuff.
Well, 2 down, 14 to go in terms of qualifiers. Stuart Bingham and Jackson Page through, but who's going to win out of Stephen Maguire and Elliot Slessor? It's 4-3 to Maguire. Slessor still in here on a break of 38, trying to level up at 4 each. 4-2 Jack Jones over Fang Zhengyi. They're about to start frame 7 there. Well, Elliot Slessor building a nice break here, but we're going to go back now to the studio and some analysis with Rob and Ken.
Thanks very much, Dave. It just has a feeling, that Slessor-Maguire match, as though it could go all the way. The other match still in progress this afternoon, Ken, Jack Jones and Fang Zhengyi. Jack's break to go 4-1, I know he's been pegged back to 4-2, but Jack has looked really good at times this afternoon, hasn't he?
Yeah. I mean, I think he's one of the most improved players over the last couple of seasons. We saw that run to the World Championship, how well he played. But I think he's just got a wonderful style about him. We're going to show a few shots, but he's playing with a lot of confidence as well, and he's scoring heavily. But I love the way he cues. He never hits the ball that hard. He floats balls in. A bit like the way we saw, Mark Williams, the way he plays over the years. He never has to hit the ball hard. I mean, this is just a few of the shots. Just look at his lovely little touches off the end of the pack. The opening red was lovely. And then when he needs the cue power, he's got plenty in abundance, in the locker, in that cue. And here's another lovely shot. Once again, off the cushion. Nice, okay, you say a little bit of luck. A nice kiss on the red there for the pink into the corner. But a lot of his shots are played with top spin, soft screws, in and around. He's got great control of that cue ball. And when he's playing like that, these tables really suit him, because the clots are so fast. And it's all a matter of keeping lovely control of that cue ball with deft little touches. And he's just a lovely player to watch as well.
And the other thing we know about Jack from that magnificent run at the Crucible and the deep run he had on his debut the year before, he's got a brilliant temperament for the biggest stages of all. So if he can get through this match against Fan and get himself in the draw tomorrow, even if he draws O'Sullivan at the Barbican, he's not a character who's easily intimidated.
No, I mean, I remember I was talking to Stephen Hallworth in the commentary box. I remember playing Jack, a few years ago, 3-4 years ago, and even 5 years ago. His temperament was completely different. He was quite combustible. He'd show his emotions. He'd bang the cue sometimes when he'd miss. You don't see that now. He's controlled his emotions, and I think it sort of favoured him in his game, that he's not getting too flustered, he's not getting too down on himself, he's not getting angry with himself, because when players get angry, it sometimes clouds their clarity of thought, and they're more liable to miss the next shot or make a mess of the next shot. But if you keep your emotions in check, you can see things more clearly and you play the right shot, and generally it helps you. And I think Jack has sort of worked on that over the last few years. It's quite evident, and I think he's seeing the benefits and the fruits of that labour.
And the other interesting dynamic is all the other players on the tour will have seen that run to the World Championship final, and how he very nearly came back after a huge deficit after the first session.
Yeah.
He turned that into a brilliant final. People know when they're playing Jack Jones, even if they have a big lead, the job isn't done, because he just keeps on and keeps on and keeps on coming.
Absolutely, and it just shows you. And we were talking about Gudong, how well he's been doing over the last month or so. The comebacks he's made, but his transition has been very short, in a short space of time, even though he's been a professional for a long time. And the same with Jack Jones. And there's so many players on the periphery who can play as well as Jack Jones, but just haven't had that momentum and bit of confidence. We saw what it's done to Jack Jones over his career the last few months and the last couple of years, but it's also done to Zhao Gudong over the last month or so as well. But there's so many players just on the back burner who can do that, and watching these players will be an inspiration to those that if they get a little run, whether it be this tournament or the next one, but if they get a little run, they can keep that momentum going and then almost break into the top 16 as well.
I think inspiration is the word, and I know you said that on ITV when we were at the Champion of Champions. So you can see on the screen, it looks very much as though Elliot Slessor is about to level things up at 4 apiece. It's getting very, very tight in that match against Stephen Maguire, despite that amazing 1-3-4 from Maguire. And we've got Jack Jones not yet over the line against Fan Zhengyi. 2 great matches yet to come to a conclusion. Hendo's had a cup of tea. He's fired up. He's going nowhere. He's in pole position where he wants to be, in a commentary box at a snooker venue with a microphone in his hand.
Meanwhile, Elliot Slessor, that was frame ball that he's missed. So that was for 4 each. Not quite done yet, this frame. Still a heavy favourite, but this match is getting edgy. We've had a couple of, one-sided matches, but this, I just get the feeling it's going to come right down to the wire. The black being where it is doesn't favour Maguire. Obviously 64 behind, 67 on. Just while we watch this, I've had a message from CJ on Blue Sky. He says, I'm enjoying the comms punditry in action. Thank you, CJ. He said, just wonder what the views the team has on a proper doubles event. Returning to the snooker calendar. Remember the great doubles pairings of Davison, Mio, Hendry and Hallett. Could now have Trump Lazowski, Perry Robertson, etc. All I'll say about that, I mean, they were enjoyable events, I think, for spectators. I always got the impression, and we're going back a long time, that the players themselves were not that fussed about it, because it's such an individual sport. But it'd be nice to see the dynamics, who would play with who, and how the different sort of pairings would complement each other. Of course, we've had the mixed doubles in recent times. We've had the World Cup where they've had the doubles as well. Maguire and Higgins would be a good pairing, wouldn't it? Well, meanwhile, he needs cover here. Just 2 matches on, and Jack Jones 4-2 over Fan Zhengyi. Nothing potted in that frame. We'll stay with this one, see if Elliot Slessor can level up. Well, that's the second attempt he's had at frame ball.
And that needed good cueing, and it wasn't far away. He stayed with it. He wasn't sure as to whether it would drop. He got very close. It's been quick fighter stuff across the arena in every match so far today. But this match certainly was one that looked like it could go the distance. 2 players going toe to toe. Both play the game properly.
As I say, though, where that black is, I mean, Maguire's going to need a couple of blacks at least, and going to have to get it back into play if he does get in. He's just sort of surrounded, isn't it, by other colours at the moment.
Yeah, he's in a bit of trouble here, Elliot, because he can get through to that left red on the side cushion, but what value is it to him? Not much. So looking at alternative options, he isn't snookered on this red, but he's playing out of this as if he was, trying to catch the red between the brown spot and the blue spot and screw back into baulk, and that is a brilliant shot that he's played there. There will be a tap on the table probably from Stephen Maguire. Well, tough school, he hasn't, because that really was a brilliant shot. If he got that wrong, they could have finished anywhere. Had to catch that side of the red to get the cue ball back into baulk.
Yeah, well, I mean, I mentioned earlier he sort of was mentored almost by Stephen Hendry, or certainly learnt playing him, and not known always for tapping the table. Stephen, he's not a fan of all that.
He likes making contact with the side of the table, but it's not always to tap it in appreciation. It's usually with a knuckle.
Slessor looking for one more red. He's already had a couple of pokes without success. Well, there's third time not lucky. That was all skill. So it looks like 4-4, and this match really could come right down to the wire. So let's go to table one. This is the last match on, of course, or the other match on, I should say. Jack Jones 4-2. And as we pick it up, he was on a break in 19, but misses that one. It was 4-1. He's the highest ranked player in the qualifying, number 17 in the world. But that doesn't really mean anything, does it? We know the general standard is such that it's all on the day, and he's annoyed at that. There's a chance to get away, maybe towards 5-2. Yeah, you can see he's got a bit of a case of the winter sniffles there. Oh, superb. Fran played at the Barbican last year, got to experience the setup there and the different format from in his early years on tour.
Ideally, you would like pink or black back on its own spot and in play, but maybe a few shots away from making that happen.
Yeah, he played Mark Williams actually, and he made it a good match. 6-4 it was in the end to Williams. Mark's next match with Ding Junhui was historic because in one frame, to great excitement, mainly from me, in fact it was the quarter-final, they set a new aggregate points record for one of their frames. It was Mark won it 101.94, 195 points. Hello to Sohail in Morocco, watching on YouTube. We had a few viewers actually from Morocco yesterday as well.
There's an event coming up in Morocco as well, an event that is actually a pathway to the World Snooker Tour, the WSF World Amateur Championship as it was once known. Heading out to Morocco in the new year, so trying to break through a different territory as well. Brilliant to see these events being hosted all around the globe now.
16.
Thanks for all your comments. Sorry if we've missed a few. We've had a lot in, actually. And it's good that people are enjoying it. Adrian Wharton actually said, multi-table coverage is such a treat. I'm very happy to be able to watch. There can't be too many equivalent sessions where every match features a former tournament winner. If you include the Women's and Seniors World Championships, it applies to tonight as well. Well, that just shows you, doesn't it, the quality that we've got. Of course, it's a big night tonight. Bai Lu, remember, the Women's World Champion, taking on Jat Lazowski. But it looks like we're set for a tense finish to this afternoon session first.
Had an interesting message in as well from Matthew Scott saying, regarding the rankings, what is the usual requirement points-wise for getting in the top 16? Obviously going deep in a big tournament would ease the pressure hugely, but not all do that. Well, basically how the rankings work now is every pound you earn on the table is a ranking point. So, for example, the players here today are all on a guaranteed £7,500. The winners receiving £10,000. That is actually the equivalent in ranking points. And the money list now is exactly as it is. The more money you earn, the higher ranked you earn. There's no specific requirements. It's just whoever wins more money, basically. So going deep in events obviously rewards that. And the most consistent winners will inevitably be at the top of the rankings.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the top 16, they're all winners of tournaments or certainly finalists. And we've got winners of tournaments not in the 16. Neil Robertson won this season. Of course, Jack Jones was in the World Final with the 200,000 points he got for that. Go back 40 years, it was a lot. There were different times. There were sort of quainter times. You got a point for winning a match. So if you won a tournament, you get 6 points. If you're runner-up, 5, and so on down to the last 32. But at some point, things changed dramatically. Now it is a prize money list, as Stephen has explained.
If you look at the provisional rankings currently, of course, they cover a 2-year spell on the World Snooker Tour. Number 16 is sat just over £350,000, so that's 350,000 ranking points. Number 1, Judd Trump, on 1.5 million, so it shows you the range of prize money available. Of course, you have to take into account as well some of the bigger money tournaments, particularly the World Championship and, of course, Saudi Arabia now. If you're winning those events, if you're doing well in those events, you're going to earn more prize money. So different tournaments, depending on what they're actually worth, can obviously influence the rankings.
31.
Well, still a bit of work to do here, but it was a great first red, wasn't it? Now let's just go over to table 3 briefly. Oh, we don't know where to look here. Well, one went in the middle, but they were sort of off and running there, weren't they? Well, Elliot Slesser with a massive piece of fortune.
I wouldn't mind seeing Steve Maguire's face as he watched that one float in the middle. And to add insult to injury, follows it up with a good pot on the black. That was a tough pot.
Just to say, Fan Zhengyi's break came to an end, so he's 16 in front in that frame we were watching. Well, you've got to grab hold of luck when it comes your way.
14.
We've seen some perlers already this week, haven't we? That was certainly another one.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many reds off and running. It was like a competition to see which one went in. Let's have a look at it again.
It was actually the red he went for.
Yeah, I was trying to follow it there. You're quite right. So, yeah, mission accomplished.
But as always with good stroke of fortune, it's what you do with it when it comes, and Elliot Slessor looking to turn this match on its head, really. 4-2 down he was a few moments ago, and he's reeled off a couple of really good frames, and that certainly won't do anything for Stephen Maguire's mood, that fluked red, if Elliot Slessor can capitalise on it.
Well, this is a key moment now, trying to get into the reds, get them open, and really, yeah, pile on the misery from Maguire's perspective, having to sit and watch that fluke. Well, it's a great split, and if he can cut that one in the middle, he can continue this break. It's obviously very thin. Yeah, you could tell he could pop that because there was no sort of reaction. He just got on, looked at the potting angle. There was no sort of disappointment because it was a good split. So Slessor now with a serious chance to take the lead in this match. So we will be back shortly with this frame, but we just want to show you what's happening in table one because Fan has a chance here to pull this frame back, although it doesn't look like he's on the next red as he's 23 in front, so not quite there yet.
Massive frame this one as well. If Jack Jones wins it, he goes within one, and as you said earlier, Dave, you're just waiting for that one chance when you get to 5. Fang Zhengyi doing everything he can to keep in touch with Jack Jones.
Yeah, it was inevitable, and they weren't all going to be one-sided, were they? You know, that's actually quite a rarity, I think, in this round. 6-0 Stuart Bingham over Jimmy Robertson. 6-2 Jackson Page over Hussain for 5. You're just joining us. Jones is certainly kind of living every moment at this. He was in such a strong position, playing really well to lead 4-1. Slightly hampered, but this might be a chance to get back in. No, just a safety.
And he needs help from the blue. Has he got it? Jack Jones, that little tilt of the head suggests that he can't get through to the potting angle of this red. So it's now up to Jack Jones to try and cover that, because it's quite an inviting ball to take on. Trying to swing the cue ball around and get somewhere near the jaws of the yellow pocket. Yeah, that's a good shot from Jack. Very good.
Okay, well, this frame in the balance, we want to make sure we keep across everything. Slessor's still going, crucially here. We're just picking it up with him 63 in front. So this pink, and Maguire needs a snooker, and Slessor, it's not just getting the fluke, is it, Stephen? It's then what you do with it, obviously. You know, the fluke was outrageous, but more so because he's carried on from it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's capitalising on that good fortune that really makes the difference. Come the end of the match, Elliott, should he win it, will probably forget all about that fluke. You can guarantee that Stephen Maguire won't, though. When you're on the receiving end of something like that, you feel pretty hard done by, but Elliott Slessor mathematically over the line in this frame, although it is just one snooker. You could see the slight disappointment on Elliott's face when he didn't land on the right angle for that pink to then disturb those 4 reds beneath it. So just the one snooker required. It's not over just yet.
Okay, well, we'll let you know if Maguire gets the snooker, but let's go back to that intriguing frame, a big frame on table 1, because it's going to be 5-2 or 4-3 to Jack Jones. Fan Zhengyi leading by 23 with these 2 reds remaining. The thing is, if he leaves Jones a chance, they're there, aren't they, for him? So this is a big moment in this match, I would say.
Come around, just have a little look at the black ball here. Jack may can just flick that black off the cushion, bring it into play. He tried it and he's put it on the other cushion now, so not quite able to bring that high value black out, although he's still got a good cue ball. Well, pretty much every aspect of that shot went wrong for Fan Zhengyi. Not only did he not hit the red on the way down, he hit it on the way back up, and that red then brought the black off the cushion and went over the middle pocket, so all sorts of things have gone wrong for him there. He's still got a healthy little lead in this frame, though, considering where that final red is. Jack Jones will be looking to pot this red and try and get on the black if he can, because if that black goes back down onto its own spot, it makes getting on that red easier. But he's got a tricky enough shot to do that. Just weighing up all the options here. It's trying to find the value shot. Which one is going to be more beneficial for him? He's had a look at the red down the rail to possibly play that first. I don't think that's really the shot to play here, because he'd have to hit it at pace to pot it and get the cue ball out. Well, he is going to be tempted by it. So let's see how close. This needs to be accurate. Yeah, good shot. Again, played it nicely. Little touch of right-hand run inside to just widen the cue ball off the cushion. Meant he didn't need to hit the cue ball as hard. It used the side that was on the white to do the legwork for him. And if this pink drops, but it hasn't. That was a big chance for Jack Jones.
Such a confident red, wasn't it? But the pink just as big a shot, if not bigger. So 22 the lead for Fan. And there's Jack Jones's reaction. Yeah, he's starting to just show a little bit of that as this match tightens up. Remember, he's 4-1 up, playing really well. But he's just a couple of balls, it would seem, from being pegged back to 4-3. This blue would make it 28, the difference with 27 on. A shake of the head from the Welshman. It was inevitable some of these matches would end up close, and we've got 2 left on now that are. Slesser 5-4, and it's going to be 4-3, you would think, if he pots this. Well, didn't get the cannon to stay on the yellow, so we'll see. And look at where the balls are there for snookers. You know, they're pretty nicely placed for Jack Jones. So he'd like the yellow in ideally, but as I say, it's not necessarily done yet, this frame. Playing the snooker, which is fair enough. I've had a message here from Matthew Scott. He says, with new coverage of events, particularly qualifiers and the real nuts and bolts, what was it like years gone by? You hear the horror stories of cubicles and no crowds. What are your memories of some real backroom stuff? Well, we'll just let Jack play this escape. Oh, well, not an in-off. Oh, you are joking.
How do you like this? I mean, he has got an edge of the yellow available, but full length of the table, that could have been a real smelly snooker.
Well, I'll answer Matthew's question. The one I remember was years ago in Newport. It was a late night match. I was there reporting. And there was literally, all the matches have finished bar one. There was literally one person came in. He had a big carrier bag full of stuff, sat down and was watching the match. And he kept on rustling stuff and getting crisps out and getting stuff out. And in the end, the referee asked him to be quiet and he got up and left. So that was the end of that. The audience was basically wiped out thanks to a few rustling crisp packets. But yeah, the qualifiers, it really is about getting through. It's a production line. You'll see some good snooker played, but the prize is to be in the final stage, which of course gets far more publicity and coverage. As Jones tries to get the snooker behind the pink here. His frame not necessarily done yet.
Yeah, there's some good targets on this table to lay snookers, actually. He's got options, Jack Jones, to try and lay up snookers on the green or the brown. He's got the blue right next to the black, which is a good target as well to pot green and brown and then lay the snooker in behind the black from the blue. So he's got a number of ways in which he could potentially lay the snooker, Jack, lay some good ones. He won't be sat all that comfortable at the moment. Yeah, this looks very good as well. And that is a brilliant shot from Jack Jones.
Turning the screw. And the green out in the open. This is certainly missable. Remember, he only needs one snooker. And also, the other thing to note is all the balls are potable. There's nothing on a cushion. So this is a bit of danger for Fang Zhengyi. This could be a big moment in this match, actually.
Such a big frame, this. Absolutely worth fighting for from Jack. As I say, there's so many big targets on this table that it does feel like if you're going to lay a snooker, it will be a pretty good one. And this is not an easy escape. Maybe too wide, and it is much too wide. Now he needs a cue ball to pull up to avoid the free ball.
Yeah, well, after all that sort of free-flowing stuff we saw earlier, this is now the sort of proper stuff in a way at the qualifiers. So he's got the 4-point snooker, 22 in it with 25 on.
He's one really good pot away here, Jack Jones, from stealing this frame. Oh, and he got very close to it. Now, has he left the green? The body language from Fang Zhengyi would suggest not. Don't think he can get through to the potting angle. And he's got to be careful if he comes off the cushion to hit this green that he doesn't go in off.
Tense times in this frame. We'll be back with the other match shortly. Let's just stay with this for a moment though. Well, can he knock this green in and get back to Jack Jones needing a snooker? He's to lead by 25 with 22 on. Yeah, well done. So he's not perfect on the brown by any means, but it's looking like, well, he's back to the position where Jones needs a snooker. So looking to lay the snooker. We will come back to this frame. He's got him actually there. We'll come back to this frame if anything changes, but we need to keep on top of the other one as well. 5-4 Elliot Slessor, but look at the position Steve Maguire's in here. In frame 10, 13 in front in the early stages, but the reds spread beautifully.
Well, this is a great chance for Stephen Maguire to take us the distance in this match.
19.
Happy enough to just work off the pink for the time being. That red on the black spot is not doing him any favours in getting on the black just yet.
Just to say, Jack Jones failed to hit the brown out the snooker there, so he's 30 behind with 22 on, looking very likely to be 4-3 in his favour. But he was 4-1 up, of course.
I think this match really does deserve a deciding frame, actually. They've both gone at it from the off. There's been twists and turns, there's been players going in front, players coming back. Been some big breaks as well. Had a bit of everything this game. Proper high quality affair. And now it's in Steve Maguire's hand to take us the distance. Possible one-frame shootout for a place at the Barbican. It doesn't get much better than that, for us anyway. Again, thank you all for joining us for this coverage. We're live on Discovery Plus, WST Facebook page and YouTube. We've currently got 6,500 people with us on YouTube. That's incredible, and I can only see that number increasing as the day goes on. Of course, Ladies World Champion Bayu Liu in action later on this evening. It's great to have you all with us. Please do get in touch as we watch Maguire try and put the final touches to this frame. Such a character, isn't he, Stephen Maguire? He just got that steel about him. He never gives up. He always fancies the job.
Yeah, great competitor. We saw him, of course, come good at the World Championship. Got to the quarterfinals. Had that pretty eventful match with Sean Murphy in the second round. Dave Gilbert beat him in the quarters, but I think he has struggled in the qualifying environment. He doesn't sort of get his juices flowing, but at a venue, you know, you'd fancy him against anybody, really. And he's moving closer towards a final frame shootout, of course, to get to the venue here.
Yeah, good pot from Stephen, just tidying up this frame now, and it really is the chance to take us all the way.
55.
John Bennett gets in touch on X saying, great coverage as always. My favourite snooker of the season are the Judgement days at UK and the World Championship. Me too, John. Me too. I absolutely love the concept that we've got going on here. I think it's brilliant, dipping in and out of all the tables and showing you all the action live as it comes. You know, sometimes frames and matches can go a little bit scrappy in these qualifiers. There's a lot at stake, so it's great to be able to bring you all the juicy action as it unfolds.
Yeah, and if you are enjoying it, do let World Snooker Tour know, and they may do more of it in the future. You never know. So, this is frame ball, and we're going to be set for a decider. Yeah, you always want that extra ball, don't you? You know, at the moment it's one snooker to tie. It is 4-3, by the way, Jack Jones and Fang Zhengyi. Fan did hold on to win that frame. So this is not quite done yet, this frame. But Maguire with a good 71 in a strong position to make it 5-all. Well, he gets his chance here to put away the extra red, and that will be 5 each guaranteed. There it is. So it's going to be 5-all, and we will have the decider live for you. Of course, the other match, it's 4-3 Jack Jones against Fang Zhengyi. We can just briefly relive Fang's greatest moment of a player. It was the final of the European Masters 2022. And he came down to a decider with the great Ronnie O'Sullivan. If he pots it, Ronnie O'Sullivan needs 2 snookers. What a story. Fang Zhengyi had done very little leading up to really this year. He got to the quarterfinals of the German Masters. But my word, this is a week to remember for him, and another special week for Chinese snooker.
69.
He's done it in style. Every credit to him. This is superb. And it is very like Jordan Brown, isn't it? Last year, coming out of the pack, he was 81 in the world. Fan, he's 80. Decider with Ronnie O'Sullivan and standing up to it to win the title.
T4. $85.
Yeah, Ronnie will be back, but it's the day belonging to Fang Zhengyi. What a performance, and what a way to finish.
90.
Let's hope he can fluke one of these reds and give us a century.
92
will do. And the new generation of Chinese snooker stars continue to make waves in this sport. Take a bow. Fang Zhengyi, he has beaten Ronnie O'Sullivan 10-9 to win the European Masters. What a display, what poise he showed in the deciding frame. He is our champion. Yeah, and here we are a couple of years later, and Jack Jones and Fang Zhengyi in action. 4-3 Fan, great moment. I mean, you forget in some ways, you know, it was post-COVID, the crowds were back. You know, how do you like being 9 each with Ronnie O'Sullivan in a major final and making a 92?
And how cool did he look? Just went and sat down and swagged his water as if it was just another day at the office. Brilliant performance from Fang Zhengyi.
Well, Jack Jones has had a go at one, but not to be. We'll just stay with this until the decider starts with Slessor and Maguire. They're just coming back into the arena, actually. So Fan first in frame 8, and he really is piling the pressure on. You can see it in Jack Jones' sort of body language, actually. He's starting to feel it a little bit. Doesn't mean he won't win, of course, but for the moment, Fan clearly in the ascendancy.
Yeah, Jack was looking really strong when he made that break to go 4-1 up, but he's been pegged back here, and this is certainly not over just yet. There's life left in this one. This could well and truly go all the way as well.
Well, table 3 is the decider, Elliot Slessor and Steve Maguire. And here we go. We're going to stay with this, obviously, to see who prevails. He's only actually played once before. Maguire was the winner on that occasion. It always kind of looked likely to be close, this one, didn't it? You know, you've got Slessor, who's been on the up and up. Maguire has come good now and again the last year or so, but we know this tournament seems to be the one if he's going to do well in. A little bit like Ding, actually. It's off in the UK.
Well, second prize, having not got the long red, he has found some cover in behind the yellow. Maguire just trying to rest up into the back of the pack. Always seemed unlikely to leave that red to middle. No touching ball declared, which Slessor was hoping for.
Alice Crisan, the referee, having a good look here to see if it is touching.
Touching ball.
Yep. Referees last night were pretty heroic, weren't they? The ones that had to stay here. There were some who finished matches, then had to do the the ones coming back on.
Very much the unsung heroes of these qualifiers, aren't they? The referees and the officials. Long days. Stood up, having to concentrate for long periods of time. Maguire's just trying to figure out how best to go about this. It's a fair old stretch over that pack of reds. He has got the touching ball. And he's not able to really gain any sort of advantage, though. He felt too much of a stretch over the pack to try and get the cue ball back into baulk. So he's just sort of handed back control of the table to Elliot Slessor here, who can play a good safety shot up into baulk.
the old cliche is all you want in a decider is a chance, but sometimes you want more than one chance, maybe 6 or 7.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how many chances as long as it's enough to get over the line, because sometimes it takes a good few chances to get over the line in these big deciders. But the first real good chance has fallen to Stephen Maguire if he can knock this red in and get nice on his next colour. The pink being where it's currently situated isn't actually not that ideal in terms of getting into the pack of reds, with it being so detached up the top. Probably a bit too much room there to go into the reds from the blue, so black may be a better choice, or at least try and pop the pink off a red in a few shots time. He's got the chance to go into them here as well. And he's taken that chance. Now he needs a bit of luck. And he hasn't really got it.
4.
Well, it really is on a knife edge, isn't it? And such a big prize, of course, to get in that draw. The alternative is to sort of be moping around at home, sort of trying to avoid the fact it's on the TV. Such a big event, the UK Championship. Stephen Maguire won it 20 years ago, has been in 2 of the finals. He'd love to be back there, but it's not going to be straightforward, this decider. So that's the end of his first chance. We will be back with this frame very shortly, but we want to just make sure we're across table 1 as well, where Fang Zhengyi's coming back strongly against Jack Jones. So this is what's happening. He's on a break of 52. He's 4-1 down. He's now 4-3. Just seems to have finished slightly the wrong side of the blue. So just trying to find his way back towards the reds and press on towards 4 each. Well, was just sort of too straight on it, so it's a good lead nonetheless, 57. We'll be back with this match later. I just wanted to show you what's happening there, but the decider, of course, well and truly underway. This is Stephen Maguire attempting a long red with safety in mind. I think they both played really well in this match. That's the thing. It's one of those, a bit like last night with Oliver Lyons losing to Neil Robertson. Both played well. Whoever loses will really be disappointed. These reds really opening up, so the safety's got to be good, and this is a brilliant one from Maguire. Look at that. He's got him in trouble here. Hello to Eddie in Chicago. We've got a lot of viewers in America. It'd be great if snooker really took off there. Of course, 9-ball pool is a big cue sport in that part of the world. They've got the Moscone Cup in Florida actually next week. Containing safety from Slesser. Whoever gets the next chance, you feel it's be a good scoring chance. So this is really important, this exchange. If you're just joining us, Slessor led 2-1. He had breaks of 75 and 87. Then Maguire won the next three. He had 1-3-4, a total clearance, 85, 52. Slessor the next three, 78, 61, 69. And then Maguire 71. So there's been some real heavy hitting. And as I say, whoever fails to win, you know, will look back and think, I play really well there, and still, I'm not in York. Maguire keeping the pressure on with good safety. And Slessor equal to it. He wants to beat the yellow. That's okay. Checking to see, is there a gap through? And the reaction from Maguire suggests he can get through to the red. Sits down a little concerned. Oh, he's hit the wrong red. Wow. What damage has been done here? First glance, it could have been worse. Really could have left Maguire bang in there. Well, he's very tense. Just to say, Fang is still in front in that 8th frame, but a long way to go yet until it's 4-4. This is on a knife edge. Can't beat a decider. Ken joins us.
Oh, I love a decider. The players don't. It's so edgy. You know, you're so near and yet so far. But yeah, I think, you know, at the beginning of this match, it always looked like it was going to be a close, you know, as I said, a man in form. Elliot Slessor against a former champion, always hard to beat. Stephen Maguire, but I always had the sort of ingredients of going the distance between these two. Good target here for Elliot, right back up. Somewhere where the yellow, or yeah, just behind the green. If you can get the cue ball up there, you can use the pink and the green as blocking balls. Yeah, not bad. I played the red on the left-hand side of the table here, next to the left-hand side cushion. But once again, a little bit of left-hand side. Try and swing that cue ball between brown and green if you can. If not, the brown might be his ball here. And this looks a good line. Very good line, this. Yeah, good shot from his opponent. And that's perfect. And if he can get to the left-hand side of the red as we look, he's having a good look, but he may have to swerve it slightly, a little bit of right hand side, but if you can get to the left hand side of the red, there is a gap, and he could, well, he may be able to even pot this red, get through the gap of the reds, back up towards balk area. Got the second half right.
Yeah, this is a proper old standoff, isn't it, in this frame? You get the feeling there might be a big break in it, but who's going to get in and make it?
Yeah, you want to get one chance, don't you, in a last frame decider, just to get in first, try and make 30, 40, you know, and just chip off the reds. Colours, build those points, so important psychologically as much as anything else. Yeah, the black going towards that right hand side cushion, well, it's gonna scupper the chance of possibly a one sort of chance winning break. Pink up the other end of the table as well. If one person does get a chance, it's going to be hard earned for sure.
Yeah, and then it's about having the composure to take it out. But as I say, both players have been very attacking in the match. They've scored heavily between them. It's been high quality. Maguire's pulling out some terrific safety, it's got to be said here. And Slessor is responding in kind. A terrific shot, that.
Yeah, that was a quality return of safety. Look at that. Glued to the ball cushion. Green blocking the possibility of an escape down the left-hand side of the table. Okay, the way the reds are tightly packed down on this top cushion, just a one cushion, possibly roll into these reds here. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. Slessor holds the slight advantage.
Well, 17 minutes this decider's been going, just 4 points on the board.
Yeah, this time cue ball didn't get back to balk, but still it's just an awkward area where it is so close to that cushion. A few more centimetres away from the cushion. Elliott may have had a go at this red just above the pink spot. Oh, he's knocked the red towards his corner pocket. I think it's just far enough away from the right corner pocket that it's not sort of, doesn't make the pocket that much bigger. It's not like you could play another red onto it and be absolute certain of potting it. There's a little bit more snooker left in this. It's going to be a real sort of war of attrition, tactical battle here.
Well, you can understand Slessor giving this plenty of thought. But even if the chance does come for either player, it's going to take some sorting out. A lot of reds have sort of gone towards cushions. The black's gone a little safe. Pink off its spot. Oh. Quite sort of walking slowly, isn't he? He's almost like he doesn't want to look here.
That was a bit of a crash bang wallop, wasn't it? He's not anything easy here at all. He may have to try and play a plant here. That red that's over on the black spot, he could try and plant that onto the red that's near the corner pocket, but once again it's to be so precise and it's not guaranteed. Maybe a red that's cuttable into the right corner as well. You always know when a player isn't down on the shot very, very quickly that, well, it doesn't have anything straightforward. Now there's this red cut, the second red up from the bottom right corner pocket, 2 away from the black spot. That is possibility a cut, but it looks like he could be going into the red, maybe the black, and if he missed it, well, it could be very costly. Big shot this. Or is he going to play the plant? Speculative plant. No, he's going to play the cut. So watch this red. And watch the black. He may hit the black here. He's missed the black. He's hit the red, but he's not landed on anything.
Well, he's not on a colour, so let's go to table 1, because Jack Jones was miles behind in this frame, but he's got a chance here to make it 5-3. Remember, he's 4-1 up. He's been put under a lot of pressure. Got to say, it's a good chance.
Yeah, what a big frame. Momentum was with Fan, and he had a good lead in this frame, as you said, Dave. He's made a really good break here, Jack Jones. Started off with a plant around the black spot.
Well, many snooker fans, of course, all snooker fans will remember his run to the World Final, just how dogged he was throughout that tournament. He beat so many big names and made things difficult for them. Things have been made difficult for him over the last hour or so, but Jack Jones digging in.
Yeah, he's blessed with a wonderful temperament, isn't he? Once again, you just watch his, just love the way he cues, you know, he just gentle pause at the back and nicely hits the ball. Lovely, lovely cueist. Yeah, look at his back arm, look how straight it is, his head hardly moves, nice and steady.
Fan not watching, you can just hear the balls going in. Brown and blue for a 5-3 lead. It's been a big frame to win. Fan was putting him under it. Jack Jones cool when the chance came. And that just gives him that breathing space now to try and press on and get the match won. For all the breaks that we see, these clearances really are the decisive frames you feel when you've been behind. So it is a clearance for Jones, 5-3 there. Now then, the decider on table 3 is getting a bit involved because look where Maguire is here.
Well, it doesn't look very inviting, does it? But he does have a red into the left centre pocket. That red on the black spot. I think you can pot this, you know. Well, it's going to be so difficult. There's no doubt about that. The middle pockets are, well, the tightest pockets on the table. Very hard to see the angle. No, he's going to refuse it. I thought he was shaping up to have a look at it, but no. I don't blame him, turning it down. He doesn't want to kiss this red towards the corner pocket. Mistake from Stephen Maguire, and that could be costly.
Well, another lad's sight, you can understand it. It's been such a dramatic decider. Slessor's got away with a couple, it's got to be said. How's he feeling now as he lines this red up? Well, it's his first real chance. If you are just joining us, there are 2 matches on. This one and Jack Jones, as we just saw, went 5-3 up on Fang Zhengyi. Jackson Page has beaten Hussain for 5-6-2. Stuart Bingham has beaten Neil Robertson. Sorry, apologies, Neil. Has beaten Jimmy Robertson 6-0. Neil's up tomorrow, of course. And they've all qualified for the last 32 of the UK Championship. The draw will be made tomorrow. Bit of shoe leather on this cue ball because, of course, black is saved the pink down the table at the moment, so working off the blue.
Well, he may take the red that's closest to the corner pocket, but the red up from it, well, he could knock the black out into play here. Wouldn't be a bad choice. If he misses the black, he'll still be on the blue, so he's going to play for the pot this red, knock the black out. No, he missed the black, but he's still always on the blue, so it was worth taking the opportunity there. He's just got to be careful here. He's got to try and find the top cushion through the gaps of the reds, because if he connects on a red, he could be on nothing here. Can he find a gap? No, but that's okay. The connection on the red, it wasn't full ball, so that's not too bad. He'd be very happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly, at the very least, you feel going to build a useful lead here. He hopes, obviously, a winning one. Well, it's not finished nicely.
Yeah, may not even attempt the green here. He may just roll in behind the blue, but he'd be so disappointed from that position. Got a nice little bit of luck, the way the connection on the previous shot he played. He hasn't got the snooker. I think you can see this red down the left hand side, Stephen Maguire. So another poor shot from Elliott there.
You don't even need to watch, do you? Just listen to the sighing, and he got the cue ball kind of where he wanted it. That red though has come towards the corner.
Yeah, he's a bit unlucky that the red is nestled right over this left corner pocket, but is he on it? He's having a good look at it. Referee had a good look as well. It's pretty tight. I think he may just have enough of the red. Don't want to get too much top spin, otherwise he's just playing the pot. No attempt, and he didn't play it well, but have a look at well, he's getting all the run at the moment. Oh, Stephen Maguire doesn't look happy.
No, he's a bit at the moment like a sort of kettle that's coming to the boil.
Well, as long as he doesn't start whistling, then we'll be okay, David, I think. But yeah, very, very lucky there, Elliott Slessor. Can't cut this red in. And he's got the enviable job of trying to hide it. Get the cover. I wonder if he plays the... What is he taking the red on? What a big shot to take on. This is very missable. No. Oh, hold on. Well, he took it on. Thought he didn't have a decent shot to play. Thought it was worth the risk, but could be costly.
Slessor's only 12 in front, but he can extend that lead here. Oh, no. Hang on. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. Well... Sorry, Stephen. Well, I should think you are. That's outrageous.
I tell you what, I never cease to amaze you what can happen on a 12-by-6 snooker table. He's had so much luck already. Well, that really sort of takes the biscuit.
Let's see it again. Stephen Maguire fans, close your eyes.
It's worth another look. Have a look at this. Misses the easy red. Oh, and Stephen had to watch that look in the chair. Oh, my goodness.
Well, it could be about to get worse. As I say, Slessor looks to extend this lead.
4.
Yeah, he had dotted a few earlier, was getting safe, but that was, well, let's say the cherry on the cake. There's no cake, is there, at the moment for Maguire?
Oh, he's played a shocker there. He's tried to hit the red left of the blue. There was no need whatsoever. Should have really gone up for pink, green, brown there. Really good chance to build a lead there, Elliott Slessor, and he's made a mess of it. Stephen Maguire will be absolutely delighted to get back to the table so early.
Yeah, I mean, for all the sort of bad running he's had in this frame, he's only 17 behind, so it could have been a lot worse. Still 5-3 Jack Jones. They're still relatively early in the next. Playing Fang Zhengyi, of course, in the other match. Well, double kiss might leave a red on. No, he's okay, I think. Well, it's really going to take some winning. I mean, it's been going 35 minutes, this frame already. So it's a quintessential sort of qualifying decider, this. Longest frame ever, of course, between Fergal O'Brien and Dave Gilbert in the World Championship final qualifying round. Was over 2 hours. It won't be that long, but you might get towards the hour mark. Oh, he got so close to that, my word. That must have looked good as it set off. Now, Maguire, despite all the trials and tribulations, finally has one to go at.
Yeah, and I think the red left of the blue was probably the best red to take here. Okay, he's got the easy red over the left middle, but red to yellow pocket would free up the blue. He's got to take the red, surely. This is another look at this attempt. It was pretty close, wasn't it? But dangerous shot to take on. Good pot. Good start. Now, everything that's gone before should be erased from his mind. This is a chance that he was waiting for, Stephen Maguire. Straight into the reds, open them up. Yeah, that's okay. It's not too bad. Brought one red into play. Always had the red over the left centre, even if the break didn't go according to plan. So I'll take that now.
Still kind of feel this is going to end up on the colours. Probably a right old scrap, because it's been a scrap already, this frame. Nearly 40 minutes now.
Yeah, I mean, with the position of the balls at the moment, you don't think he's going to win the frame from this visit, but what he will do, he'll close the gap and may even go into the lead, which would be a nice time to do it towards the climax of this frame of match. Now he's going to play another little cannon into those reds. Big target. Oh, he's hit the wrong red. He's hit the wrong red. That was poor. Not unlucky there at all. Just a poor shot.
16.
Okay, so 1 point in it, but a lot of mileage in this frame. But of course, there's another match on, and we can show you been some drama there. This is Fang Zhengyi attempting the black, and oh, the fist came down.
22.
So that opened the door for Jack Jones. And this is what's happening now. He's in, 14 in front with a chance to get the match won. Put himself into the Barbican. Remember, he's the highest ranked player here at 17. He led 4-1. There was a big frame that we saw him win to go 5-3. He was behind in it, but made a really good clearance. In fact, I hope his knuckles are all right. We were talking about that earlier, weren't we? But you can understand the frustration. It's such a big match, this. And it's out of his hands right now. Jack Jones looking to get it won.
Yeah, and I think that frustration not only comes from missing the black, but the previous frame as well, that, you know, he had well within his grasp. He couldn't convert. Jack Jones made a good clearance in the end. So it's a case of what could have been for Fang Zhengyi. He's got options here. Jack may screw the red in and play for the black here, or you can play that red just second from the pink. Anywhere but straight, it'd be okay. He's left it a bit straight. So he can't play on that red into the corner. He might have to play on the red into the right centre, unless, I mean, he's well within his capabilities to screw off the cushion and back over for the red in. But no, favours the middle pocket, so not entirely straightforward just yet. Yeah, lovely pot. Once again, he just cued it in beautifully. Didn't have to hit it that hard. Now, is this red on? It looked very tight from that angle. Look at that. I'm not 100% sure whether the red is potable there from our camera angle. Well, certainly now from this shot. Tried to dislodge it, and he has done. Good shot. And that could be the winner.
Well, Fang, we saw his disappointment. He had the chance in the frame and in the last one. Mr. Black thumped the table. And Jack Jones needs this red, and it'll be the snooker's required position. He'll be 38 in front, 35 on. That's without a colour. He's responded well in this match, Jack Jones. He was in front early on. Fan put the pressure on. But Jack Jones, the World Championship runner-up, of course, this year, looks like he's going to be in the draw for the final stages of the UK Championship. And we know from the Crucible he's another player you want to avoid. He doesn't mind playing the big names. He's got a lot of scalps to his name. He should be over the line here. So let's go back to table 3 because Steve Maguire's just potted a red and he has a chance to win that decider. And my word, he's been through it. And he's not straightforward yet. The yellow's not in a great spot. But when you consider the bits of running Elliott Slessor had, Maguire had to keep a lid on his emotions. Any angle, maybe not.
Yeah, it's no good. Not top side of the blue. So, as we thought, there's a bit more mileage left in this frame and match.
Yeah, it's been the sort of decider. It's not been that straightforward, has it? But for Jack Jones, it's all over. We'll just see him pop the winning ball. He's going to make a century if he does. What a great finish. Made the good clearance. And he's made 101 to win it. Congratulations to him. Fang Zhengyi clearly disappointed, but 6-3. And we'll hear from Jack very shortly. So back to table 3 to see. I did say it come. Look at the score as well, 22-33, and we're on the last red. It's been low scoring, bits and pieces, but now the real drama is about to start.
that. Wow. Very, very hard indeed. He's slightly fortunate this time. The kiss on the blue, it's gone into an awkward position. Could take it on, but risky. Another nice piece of luck. Maguire fighting against the elements here.
You're not kidding. It's they've all those balls are crowded round that red, haven't they? Could be one of these. He could go with pace, and who knows where it's all going to finish. He's happy. He's very happy with that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll keep this on the screen for you, but we're going to hear from Jack Jones. Well done to him. He's with Rob.
Yes, thanks very much, Dave. That is why we are standing either side of the screen. So if you want to keep your eye on the nail-biting conclusion of Slessor against Maguire, you can see it there. Meanwhile, Jack, many congratulations. He started to come back at you a little bit there, Fan, and what a brilliant century with which to close out the match and a place in tomorrow's draw.
Yeah, yeah, he is a really good player. So I've seen a lot of matches this week where some players have been quite far ahead. Like quite a few comebacks and stuff like that. So even at 4-1 up, it's definitely not over. Yeah, he was coming back at me. He's played quite solid. I didn't really get many chances, I don't think, from 4-1, and felt a bit cold from there on. So I made a good break to go 5-3. So and then closed it out the 100.
That seemed a huge moment, didn't it, for 5-3 in what turned out to be the penultimate frame of the match?
Yeah, yeah, it was huge because I hadn't really, for the 2.5 frames previously, I hadn't really done anything, hadn't really scored anything, so not much table time. So yeah, it was a big frame.
Good day for the Welsh. Jackson Page beating Hussein Vefai, one of last year's semi-finalists, so he'll also be in the draw tomorrow. Any preference, or you don't care who you draw for this year's UK champs?
No, they're all really good players, so no preferences.
Well, and we know from your epic run to the World Championship final that you love the big stage and you're intimidated by no one. So many congratulations. I look forward to welcoming you down the stairs at the Barbican with a great reception. Brilliant win.
Cheers, Rob. Thanks, mate.
Thanks.
Yeah, well done to Jack. And
Cool. Thanks. Yeah.
You saw the action there in the background. It's well, who wants to call this? It's going to come down maybe to the black or something. It's been that sort of frame. It's been going, what, 47 minutes? All sorts happening. Only the green hanging on to its spot. So a real thriller. Just 11 points in it. The last match on in this session. Well, he's getting, let's be honest, he's getting the running. And he says, yeah, I can't say sorry anymore. He keeps saying it. And Maguire, he's just taking a moment. They say luck evens itself out in the end. Well, he'll have to start soon for Maguire, I think. He's had a shocker.
Try saying that to Maguire after this match and see what he says to you, David. I dare you.
Well, if he ends up fluking the winning ball, maybe it will have done. But anyway, at the moment, he's got to hit this red. But look at the green, brown and blue there as well.
I think the good thing here for Maguire is that even if he does leave the red on, it's not going to be a winning contribution. It was almost impossible to try and win from that situation. Okay, he's left the red on. I would have tried to hit that a bit harder. You don't know where the red's going to go. But for Elliot Slessor to win the frame and match from this position, well, he's highly odds against, I would say. But you never know.
I know one thing, if he flukes the winning ball, then you can understand it.
Look out, Elliot.
You can understand if Stephen is not happy. It's been a challenge to sort of keep his discipline in what's been it's been a great match. A lot of high scoring. This frame is not typical of it. A lot of breaks in this match from both.
he going to do here? He could push the blue into a potable position, play a snooker. The green is potable past the brown, but bringing the blue out into play, he'd put his opponent in trouble, and he'd have the blue, the brown, the green all in open play, and he'd lay a nice snooker. So it might be the shot. I mean, the pink, yeah, he could pot the pink for the points. But how is he going to get close to that yellow and maybe pot the yellow? I think maybe the blue might be the shot here. Yeah, bring it into play. Leave a nice little snooker. Once he's got to try and cover that right-hand side cushion. Yeah, the problem for Elliott when he played that shot, he really needed to make sure that that right cushion wasn't available to Stephen Maguire. It made it an easy escape really in the end. Could have been so much more difficult, that snooker. However, he still has the slight advantage. He's brought the blue out. The green, as I said, is potable. So one chance, even 10 points behind, he will have a chance to win the frame, but that's all on this yellow. That was a very strange shot from Elliott Slessor. He's left a possible pot here. He could have laid another snooker behind pink, brown and green. It was a big target, but now he's a chance for Maguire. No, he's refused it. Played a good shot though.
.53 minutes, the frame. So we've had a couple of one-sided ones. Jack Jones held off the comeback. This is anyone's.
Well, if this was the first frame, Maguire would be taking this yellow on, but because it's the last, he's contemplating playing safe. He hasn't played a good one. This yellow is going to be potable. That's a big mistake. Had to get that yellow close to this top cushion. He can play this with confidence, Elliott Slessor. Cue ball coming back up into an area Now, if he misses the yellow, he could still leave a snooker, so. Yeah, watch the cue ball. He's never leaving the yellow on. Now he has a chance. Oh, he's unlucky there. A little bounce off that cushion and he could have had the green into this bottom left-hand corner pocket. Will he take it on? Will he play the snooker? Yeah, just look at this kiss on the blue. Now, if he misses the blue, he would have been absolutely perfect. That kiss on the blue just left the cue ball so close to the cushion. It's okay.
It's all bits and pieces, isn't it? Look at that 25-33 on the green. Low scoring. High stakes. Stephen Maguire trying to get himself back up the rankings. He's fallen down to 33. Slessor's at 32. That's his highest position. He's on the way up. This is a big money tournament. It's a prestigious tournament. But only one of these two can make it, of course, into the draw for York. All on the next few minutes.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what choice of shot he plays here. Does he play the green into the blue? Leave the green where the blue is and could possibly lay a snooker. Could knock the green back up the table and hold the cue ball behind brown and pink. But the way he was sort of gesturing there, play this green into the blue. But if he misses it, well, that's the problem. Could leave it on. Poor shot. Chance for Maguire. Chance he's been waiting for. One good pot here. Could be frame and match. Big shot.
Well, a superb pot after all the things that have happened in this frame. A lot of them have gone against him. Just cleared his mind and delivered the cue really well. He needs brown and blue still. There's always been something about this tournament he's enjoyed. He won it 20 years ago. He's been runner-up twice since. Can he knock this in?
I'll tell you, it's not a gimme. It's missable. Don't expect him to miss it, but a bit of pressure on it. Place at the Barbican. Well played. Well played, Stephen Maguire. He's to go through the mill to try and get his place in that last 32.
And the pink is heading in as well. So Stephen Maguire wins a 59-minute deciding frame, and the former champion is heading back to York. A very eventful match, high quality. The decider was nervy, it was edgy. Maguire delighted to get over the line. It was a terrific green he potted, you've got to say. And Stephen Maguire is in the draw, and is another name, and there's several of them already who you really don't want to face there. Jackson Page, Stuart Bingham, Jack Jones and Stephen Maguire, our winners in this session. So they'll be in the draw. Of course, that comes tomorrow. We will hear from Stephen shortly. And of course, tonight, we're looking forward to all the matches. But I think in particular, there's a lot of interest in Jack Lazowski against Bai Lu. The Women's World Champion has reached the final qualifying round. Jack Lazowski, always a fan favourite. It's a rather chilly Mattioli Arena here in Leicester, but the action inside will be red hot, and of course we will have that for you from 7 o'clock local time. But just to reiterate, Jackson Page, Stuart Bingham, Jack Jones, and finally Stephen Maguire. It was a real thriller, and he showed great composure at the end because a lot of the luck had gone against him, but he hung on, just concentrated on that one good pot on the green. It was a good blue as well, as Ken mentioned, and he will be in the draw in a tournament we know he loves. He was in the final, of course, just a few years ago, again 2019.